As 2025 comes to a close, it's time to celebrate with the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay Event. Drivers across PlayStation, Xbox and PC will hit the competition circus as Lewis McLeod and myself, our Junior Kangipati, get to watch all the action. And Lewis, it's been a long journey to see RENNSPORT released, but now in the hands of the public and across of consoles and PC, top-level sim racers and those that have qualified from public qualifiers come together in this holiday crossplay competition, all to try and win a track day at the Hockenheimring.
Yeah, which is a pretty handy prize. I mean, look, we all want to be thrown around a race circuit or, you know, chuck a car around wherever we can. Look, that's all great, but to get to this point, really good. Of course, I've always said, when it comes to a lot of these sims, it tends to be more of a PC players club. Always good to have sims releasing out onto consoles, get more of the gaming community involved with sim racing. So it's great to see. It's great to have a little cross-play event as well.
Let's talk about the format as we have 2 days of competition. Today is our semi-finals Thursday, where drivers across of R1 community and content creator slots do battles across 2 semi-final groups, 3 races apiece, and then the top 50% proceed to tomorrow's final. We'll get our same 3 races. The top driver in each of the groups will win our track day. And Lewis, an interesting set of tracks for us to go racing at across of our semi-finals. Today, some of the staples of European motorsport.
Yeah, Spa, Monza and Hockenheim. We'll see them in action twice today and then, of course, just once tomorrow. Great circuits, great for racing. We always speak about some of the overtakes that we get, especially at Spa and Monza. Hockenheim can be a little bit more tricky to make those passes, but let's be real, you can still get your elbows out on all 3 of these.
And interesting to think about the fact that we've got multi-class racing effectively happening with the R1 RENNSPORT drivers being in the GT3 car of their choice, while community and content creators drivers will be in the Porsche Cup car, Lewis. And so a bit of a mix there in terms of the way they get through the corners, one with a bit more downforce, one with plenty of top-end speed.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing, especially because we know that the R1 drivers are pretty capable at this game. They've been playing it a lot the last 2 or 3 years, and in that, you kind of want to separate the fields just a little bit. They can go and check off into the distance, have a little race between themselves, and then everyone else can have a battle amongst themselves. I think we're going to get some really, really entertaining racing tonight. I think there might be the odd Mimi crash that we might laugh about, but I think we're going to get some good racing, some good side-by-side, hopefully less of the Mimi crash. I want to see just some good racing, to be honest.
Well, the races are only about 15 minutes in length, so we're not going to get any multi-class madness in terms of traffic overlap, just 2 separate groups of racing, if you will. And we'll start off with Spa-Francorchamps, of course, which one of those first tracks available on RENNSPORT, Lewis, and a track that so many of our sim racers have done hundreds, if not thousands, of laps around.
Yeah, especially the R1 drivers. They've all kind of raced this circuit almost ad nauseum. They keep racing the circuit, and it's where the first ever R1 competition was held. It was on Spa-Francorchamps 1, of course, by Jeffrey. I remember that back in the day. That was a long time ago now. Cracking circuit, of course. It's one which everyone knows so well. It's one that you can race. It's one that looks great. It's one that flows great. It's one that a lot of drivers really love. I think the more that some of these drivers have raced this circuit, maybe the less they've fallen in love with it. It loses a little bit of its allure and approach when you kind of race it again and again and again. That's when it goes back towards 21, when we had, was it 5 consecutive 24-hour races on weekends around here? Oh, drove me mental.
You had to commentate on your fair share of them as well. Here we'll get a sense, by the way, of the difference in the cars as the Aston Martin GT3 shoves it up the inside of one of our Porsche Cup machines as they sweep up the hill towards Blanchimont, and now 3 wide almost in front of the GT3 car, which decides better of it and does not want to force the issue into the highest speed points on the track. Now, one thing we don't know, Lewis, is exactly who's on a PC and who's racing from console, because that is one of the allures of this competition, is that you can qualify on your controller and you can qualify with a hardcore PC setup as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we know that basically anyone in the GT3 category, our R1 competitors, they will be on PC, right? that's one thing that we do know. They'll all be racing on PC. They'll all be racing as they had done all the way through the R1 competition. Everyone else a bit more up in the air. I mean, look, we can see them all over the place, and I think that's the joy of an event, is that we don't know, and in a sense, as much as it does matter for this event, because that's the one of the entire points, it doesn't necessarily matter in the sense of it's not a thing that's holding you back. If you're on consoles, you can still take part. You can be in the race. You can be on your wheels, your controllers, or whatever. It's open basically for everyone. Can see some of them driving around. I can see of our R1 competitors. Obviously, you've got Alejandro Sanchez, Max Benneker, Moritz Lerner, Gabriel Sullivan, Darren McCormack, and Jakub Masiejewski. Between those, there's two that stand out as the two to really look forward to winning that category, which I'm pretty sure we'll all be in agreement here, Artuna, that surely McCormack and Benneker potentially the two to look for in that category.
In terms of experience, I would say yes. However, let's not discount Alejandro Sanchez, who may not have the experience as McCormack once, not twice, but maybe thrice gives the bumper to the Cup car in front of him. Alejandro Sanchez, newly announced as a Porsche Coanda esports racing driver, and so the expectation, Lewis, is that he'll be spending more and more of his time here on RENNSPORT, ready for a new season of R1 moving forward. Not to say he's not done plenty of laps in the build-up for this event as well.
Yeah, look, it's some of the changes in sim racing, some of the changes in focus and approach. Obviously, some drivers have gone through focusing. For example, Darren McCormack, we've said this before quite a few times, where he focused on ACC before getting into RENNSPORT, and then has had basically the full focus on this for the last couple of years. Max Benneker, same thing, but for iRacing instead of ACC, focused on that for quite a few years, and then refocused in sim racing. That's just how it goes. Maybe Sanchez keeping his eyes focused here. I'm very curious to see how Alejandro Sanchez is going to get along tonight. I still think the experience of a Benneker, of a McCormack, of a Lerner will be maybe a little bit too much. Moritz Lerner might actually be a pretty good shout for victories. But of course, do remember, of these categories, it's only 50% of each category that will be moving through into tomorrow's event. So of the GT3s, for example, we're giving it a little bit of focus at the moment, because obviously we've still got the Cup Series to focus on. It's only 50% of each given category. So say there's 6 drivers in the GT3 category, only 3 of them progress through into tomorrow's event. So that's not an easy 3 to pick, I think, from that group.
Yeah, and it's going to play out across 3 races as well. So that will be the other factor, is that have an issue in one race, well, don't let yourself drop too far down, especially given the relatively small groups that we have. Here's the look at, I'd assume, Darren McCormack in that Aston Martin, heading down the hill as he works the middle sector of the lap with the sun setting. It's going to be important to qualify well, though, Lewis, because if any of these GT3 cars do get stuck behind the Cup cars, the community and creator drivers, well, it's going to be difficult to catch the pack in front of them.
Yeah, I think it's... They all are pretty capable of just... They know they'll be able to get a clean lap in. I don't think necessarily it matters if you start 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th or 6th in that GT3 category. I think you can win from all of those positions in such a small little pack. But you're absolutely right. If you have a really bad qualifying session, let's say, for example, you can't get a lap onto the board, you get slowdowns, whatever, that's when you're in serious trouble, because you can see some of that lap traffic in that practice session has caused its fair shares of problems. We should be heading into qualifying in just a moment. A few other drivers to look at. Nico Nuninghoff, who I remember we commentated on in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. Is that what it was called?
Deutschland.
Esports last year? Deutschland, thank you. Well, I was also saying that. Code Nikola Latkovsky, cracking driver, definitely someone to keep an eye on. So there are a couple in that GT, in the Cup category, rather, to really keep an eye on, that might be going after the victories.
Yes. I'm trying to look through, seems to be about 14 maybe, of those Porsche Cup cars with qualifying underway. Doesn't not appear to be the traditional R1 qualifying format, which is a bit more of a super pole sort of system. 1 by 1 we send them out and get the times across the board, but Moritz Lerner, the first to cross the timing beam at the end of the Camel Straight, 41.01. Lewis, if I remember correctly, that's a little bit slower than he would ideally be hoping for.
I will not lie to you. I don't have my R1 numbers in front of me.
Oh, where's the spreadsheet?
But after spending the last month trying to build that Formula E spreadsheet, I don't want to see a spreadsheet until next year. So I haven't touched it or updated it. But I will agree with you. I don't think a 41.01 is particularly fast. I know Sector 2 is sub-minute, somewhere in the 59s. Maybe it might be 58s. God, it's been a while since I commentated on RENNSPORT, to be fair. Yeah, I think it was like 58s, 59s in the second sector. If you're over a minute in the second sector, it's not great. But I'm not sure if the cars have been rebalanced. So I will use as my excuse.
Well, he breaks the 60-second barrier at least as Lohner through the middle sector. So Lewis's memory proving to be decent. I did note on the entry list that we were expecting to see Jakub Maciejewski as well, but I haven't seen his name pop up at any point. And looking at the timing tower right now, it looks as though Alejandro Sanchez has disappeared as well. So we'll wait to see if times get thrown onto the board from either of them, as out through the final corner sweeps the BMW. Can ride all the way to the edge of the curb. No track limits to the right side of the white line. And as Moritz Lohner sets the benchmark, he is provisionally faster than Dara McCormack, but Max Benneker makes it a miles front row.
Yeah, they do only get one lap in this qualifying session, so Moritz Lohner, 16.212, said he might be someone to keep an eye on. Darren McCormack in third position. The only person who's ahead of is Gabriel Solomon. We go back into the Cup category, and Nico Nuninghoff sets the 220.8 at the moment, the top of the session. Really want to see where the likes of Cody Nikolakowski end up in this qualifying session across the line for Bonauda, and that'll be 10th position in this qualifying session.
And relatively big gaps through the top 10, about 2.5, 3 seconds covering the machines qualified so far. 226.962 now, and so remember, this is a very difficult car to tame. The Porsche Cup car, what is used to challenge young drivers on their rise up through the ranks of the Porsche ladder. But it appears as though qualifying in the books as the sun continues to set.
Honestly, visually, it looks great. It's just extended golden hour. Photographers be going mad at this. The opportunities you've got. No, look. Obviously, you can't tell much from a qualifying session like that. Very short, very sweet. Kind of actually, I know a lot of drivers over the last 3 years, basically, of R1 have complained about the qualifying format and how they only get one lap. I think we've agreed on it a little bit. I don't know where you're at on it.
Oh, I love it.
I love it. I love the fact they only get one lap. Prove yourself on just the single lap. Drivers absolutely despise it. I think it's fantastic.
We always say that drivers rise to the occasion, and yes, I know Ayrton Senna used to get a few more laps under his belt in a qualifying session, but guess what? He would rise to the occasion when he needed to, and when the pressure is on, we have seen in R1 competition the best know how to deal with it. And Moritz Lohner, Max Benneker, Dara McCormack, and Gabriel Salomon, that's the front four in GT3, wondering where Maciejewski and Sanchez Belosa will line up, but it's Nico Nuninghoff, Lewis, that's the fastest in the Cup class.
Yeah, Max Den behind in second position. Cody Nikolakowski up there in seventh with Tim Schroeder, Kimi Harpler, and of course D'Astra and Bonauda. We saw Bonauda across the line at the end of that qualifying session in that Cup category. Obviously, there's still, another 6 or 7 cars to deal with in the Cup category, but I'm sure we'll see those in a few moments' time.
And the big gap, I think, indicating at the front, fight will be at the front. And remember, 3 races. We start here at Spa, we'll trickle our way down to Monza before a trip to the Hockenheimring, where I guess it's only fitting, Lewis, that's what all of these drivers are fighting for, a track day at the Hockenheimring. Only fitting we include it in our format of competition here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course it being the decisive race as well. So I'm very excited to see how that one goes on, but it's kind of one of those nights where if you're wanting to progress through into tomorrow's action, you're wanting to get to be in the top half of each given category and field, you've got to start quite well. You can't be complacent in the opening race. You can't drop down in the opening race. you've got to start this evening in a pretty solid way, because if not, I mean, your back's against it when you're going into Monza and Hockenheimring. And I would say of all of the circuit for the race this evening, generally speaking, I would say Spa is the easiest to race on. Monza can be, as much as you say Monza was split straight, you can overtake down to turn 1. It's kind of a bit of a waiting game until late in the race, and then you go for the move. For the likes of Hockenheimring, though, it's quite a difficult circuit to overtake, so I think you need to focus on scoring some solid points here at Spa, and I'll start you evening in a positive way.
And momentum, we always talk about it. It is so important. Keep yourself out of trouble, and from there, fight your way forward. Practice comes to a close, and in the first RENNSPORT Holiday Event, and the first crossplay event in sim racing history, we'll go racing with our R1 drivers in the GT3 cars, and then of course community drivers and content creators across of Porsche Cup machinery. If you're just joining us, our June and Kanky Party joined alongside by Lewis McLeod as we dive into our semi-final action. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place, for the finals and another set of 3 races. 15 minutes or so for each one of the races tonight. And so 7 laps first up here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. The difficult nature for the GT3 cars of a standing start is another challenge, Lewis, they've got to deal with.
Yeah, not a typical situation to have a standing start, something that the likes of that R1 competition field, they'll probably be a bit more used to. They have done it, not done it for a while. Look at all those silver cars in the background. We've got to work our way through though. Good luck.
Oh, good luck indeed. The sea of Porsche Motorsport painted 992 sits behind our R1 drivers who lead us up to La Source for the first time. Lohner and Bennica, the Maz Esports teammates, will lead the charge up, but Dara McCormack shoves his nose up the inside as Gabriel Salomon tries to cut underneath and make it 3 abeam on the exit of the corner. Nico Nuninghoff, the best of the Porsche Cup cars, off the line as they trickle down the hill, full charge on the run down to Eau Rouge.
Yeah, I believe Cody Nikolakowski is missing from the group, at least on timing. I think he was the one in the lone one in the livery. I think he's running about 4th in the group. See how that one plays out. But either way, battles for the GT3 lead. The 4-pack will start to split their way up. The number 41 of Darren McCormack looks down the inside of Max Bennica. Will find his way through on the German, squeeze him off a little bit on the midpoint there at Les Combes. It's Moritz Lohner leading from McCormack, then from Bennica, then from Salomon.
And look at the gap that Moritz Lohner already enjoys. Here is Kimi Happala putting the pressure on Tim Shorter in front of him, and the gap behind has grown quite significantly. Nico Nuninghoff has got a decent buffer as well. Now 3 full seconds back to Maximilian Den in this middle sector. So big margins early doors. He talks about not putting yourself under pressure, Lewis, but the drivers at the front really giving themselves the ideal start.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, some big gaps opening up in all of that grouping. We go back down a little bit further into the battle pack. 14th overall, of course, it's for 9th in class. We've got Kay Bittman here trying to find a way through and up into 9th position. Not quite going to find the move though at this point in the circuit. I think you've just got to wait until the run into the bus stop, the run into Les Combes. You can get something done in the middle section of the race, but it's a little bit more dicey. Let's go with.
I'm picking up what you are putting down. Tyre management, by the way, across of 7 laps might not seem that important, but you're always on the limit of sliding here. And so making sure you don't heat the tyres up is crucial around a lengthy lap at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. A half look further behind as they shuffle out of the opening corner, but big margin up to your class leader. Nico Nuninghoff is putting a bit of education on the field right now as they complete the opening lap. So you can see a bit of a battle happening behind as Kimi Happala trying to keep Tim Schroeder at bay. I think he's had a bit of a moment there at the opening corner at La Source, allowing the top 2 to run away. That gap that you can see on the Cup category where it says 6.2 seconds, that is to our overall leader as Nico Nuninghoff does a, I think it was more just server side rather than an actual
popping of a wheelie going over the crest at the top of Radion. We'll have to wait and see. Either way, Nuninghoff leading definitely not by 6 seconds, probably by a couple of tenths as he tries to keep Maximilian Den behind. This is back up to the race lead though in the GT3s. Moritz Lerner starting to run away a little bit from Darren McCormack.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing on the left side, by the way, is the gaps in the Cup class are to the overall lead of the race. And so Max Den right on the tail of Nuninghoff, but they do have a gap to Kimi Happala, who's past Tim Streuder as we look on board with Darren McCormack, who in some ways is a bit of a poster child, Lewis, for what could be. He started on a controller on Forza Motorsport, encouraged by his progress, got the Williams, as they were called back then, Williams Esports team to help him buy a rig, and from there has become one of the best in the world of sim racing.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting, really, isn't it? Oh, there's a crash in the background. Yeah, no, it really is unfair to be that fast and talented, but that's fine. As we head back into this, not 100% sure as to who it was that was off by the side of the road there, but someone most certainly had quite a large moment in the background. So one has gone out of this battle pack, but you can see the likes of Haragan Aliyev, I can't say it, it's fine, has run away in 9th position. I think so. I think the crash was definitely behind.
Yes, tail end of the field. Here comes one of our content creators, I believe. McRalph at the tail end of this Cup class. And almost halfway through now, this first race. Remember, these are relatively short races. And for the drivers, they are going to make friends and enemies relatively early. In front of Ralph, there was a look inside, a look back outside, but no change of position, that was for sure.
Not quite. But then, like I say, you got to be patient for a move. It doesn't always just come to you, especially in the Cup category. I think it's actually much harder, from in my little experience racing in the Cup category here at RENNSPORT. The overtakes are they're a little more hard to come by. You have to be a little bit more patient. You have to wait for them. Sometimes in the GT3s it can be a little bit easier sitting under that rear wing, using the slipstream and firing your way through. They kick off a little bit more of a hold to the GT3s in the air, and the Cup cars don't quite as much. You kind of just end up getting stuck behind someone, especially if there's a bit of a train going on. So the fact that there was no real overtake opportunity into that final chicane, it's not really too much of a major worry, as Wolski goes a little bit deep there at Lakon. This could open up the move. Oh, there is the look to the inside coming down the hill. Gianni trying to bind a way through on the run through Malmedy, and will get through into the braking zone at Rivage.
Sticks it up the inside and makes it work. Now, this Cup car, I don't remember off the top of my head if it has ABS and traction control enabled in RENNSPORT. It doesn't?
I don't believe so. I'm not
okay.
Sure though.
Well, the new generation of Cup car coming out next year in the real world does have both of those things, which makes this car a little bit easier to drive. I know some purists believe it's against the, pure racing nature of what the car is meant to be, but it reflects the modern nature of sports car racing a little bit more. On board with Wolski, who wants to get the position back. Remember, he's 15th overall, 11th in the class, and needs to get a good exit here. The gaps in front of them are building. Buck and ride in through the gravel, but Gianni doesn't lose too much of that speed, and now they start to climb up towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, let's see if Wolski can find his way back through. The Italian going out a little bit wide here, going to cut straight across the inside of the Estonian as they head towards Blanchimont, one of the fastest places in world motorsport. Wolski using some of your track limits there as he works his way through the exit of Blanchimont. I've seen him drive. Yeah,
well, as the enforcer of track limits as of late, I take
it's true.
I take umbrage with that comment.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, but you're better at judging other people's track limits than your own. I remember, I'll never forget the 23 Hours Older and
true
some of the incidents that I wasn't.
Hey, Jimmy moved the track limits for me live, so it's all his fault. Let's take a look at this, by the way, as McCormack with a Cup car. So he had an issue somewhere.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see he's in 4th position. The glass, Wolski! Oh my good, coming through the Kemmel curve there. That was scary.
That was slightly unnecessary as they chopped the nose off one another, but it's not going to lead to a pass here, surely. Around the outside, Johnny doesn't quite stick the momentum, and it's slightly clumsy down on the apex as they get to the highest point of the track, and now sweep through the right-hander and begin the descent once again.
Yeah, dropping down the hill, the little run that takes us from Malmedy, dropping down the hill constantly all the way until you get to about campus, and then things start rising back up as you go through Curve Paul Frere, back through Blanchemont, and then up towards the bus stop. It's basically completely downhill. Would love to take a bike ride. Do you remember when this? Actually, you might do. You and O'Leary do remember when it featured in the Tour de France?
I do indeed, and they've done quite a few bike events. Bike-related events at this track, and I just think that must be such a fearsome thing to run your way around. Now, the other thing I remember them running, World Rallycross here at Spa, which they would do a handbrake turn coming up from the bottom of Eau Rouge towards Radion. They've done all sorts of weird things here, including, slightly differently, going to the Nordschleife. They do rallying, they do all sorts of weird stuff at all sorts of racetracks nowadays.
Yeah, but I think as most racetracks go these days, they have to be a little bit more multi-disciplined. So Darren McCormack, oh, it's track limits. There you go.
Oh.
Well, I say track limits, that's actually unconfirmed. I don't know if it was track limits, but he's got a drive-through penalty. Thankfully, we're not running the endurance pits. So at least there's that.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness, some fisticuffs there, and a spin, one of our Porsches.
Maxim's going to spin it around after the initial loop, but that was just door handle to door handle. Meanwhile, 5th in the class, dropped about 13-14 seconds off the leader right now on the well, we've got 3 laps to go. Did you learn what the fancy word for that one is, Lewis?
The fancy one for what? So I wasn't there.
3 laps to go.
Oh, no, actually,
you know what the fancy word is for 2 laps to go?
2 laps to go is ante-penultimate. And then, obviously, 1 lap to go is penultimate. Well, technically 2 laps to go is penultimate, and then 3 laps to go is ante-penultimate. But, because then it's the last lap, isn't it?
True, actually, yes.
1 lap to go is the last lap. So technically, yes.
You were wrong, actually, when you used that fancy word a couple of months ago for the first time.
No, we're on the anti-penultimate lap now. That's all I know.
Okay. Picking up what you're putting down.
Piers Pryor is the one who told me about that. That was like 2 months ago, and I've not let it go. I think it's amazing. It's just so pointless.
If you're looking for a gift for the commentator in your life, a thesaurus, word of the day, these are the sort of things that we apparently take joy in. Wolski still nestled down in 10th position behind Johnny. Bit of a gap up the road to those in front of them, and so this has been where a lot of the fighting has been, but they will re-qualify for race number 2, Lewis, so they're not guaranteed to resume this fight when we get underway at Monza. Yeah,
it's one of those ones, if you've... I know I said it earlier on, if you kind of need to start out well, and I still maintain you need to start out by being in a solid position in this race, but it's not the be-all and end-all. For example, Darren McCormack there, 4th in the GT3 category. He'll be a bit annoyed about this, but it won't be the biggest concern. There's still 2 more races. Monza, where he runs pretty fast around the Temple of Speed. So it's kind of one of those ones, you reset in qualifying, in the next qualifying, you go at it again. It's not that big of a deal. It's fine. We're on the penultimate lap of the race. Nico Nunninghoff is about 2nd clear of Maximilian Den, so that gap has grown a fair amount from the earlier portions of this race. And the last time I think we were commentating on Nico, well, actually not the last time we commentated on Nico Nunninghoff, but one of the times that I was commentating on Nico Nunninghoff when I was alongside you in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, it was in this car. So he is pretty well experienced about driving this car, and was pretty fast in that, if memory serves.
He was one of the drivers taking the challenge to the likes of Moritz Lohner, to Max Benneker, who, if I remember correctly, went on to become our eventual champion. It's been a long time since that Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland, that's for sure.
Yep.
As
gone through an awful lot. You've moved across the country. You've got a golf membership. You've also built yourself apparently your own golf sim studio.
Oh, look at you turning us in the direction of golf with things starting to slow down on this penultimate lap of the race. 1.3 at the front between the teammates Moritz Lohner and Max Benecke. Maximilian Den not close enough, I think, to put the pressure on Nuninghoff onto the final lap, but again, 2 more laps to come after this. And being realistic, Lewis, you just need to finish in the top half. So in the GT3s in this semi-final group, finish in the top 2. In the Cup class, finish inside of the top 7 or so.
Exactly. That's just kind of play a consistent evening. Yeah, have some decent paces, some decent showings, fair enough. But basically, if you get a couple of top 5s, you'll probably be pretty handy to move on into tomorrow's competition and do battle once again on these circuits and try and find your way into one of those top spots and get yourself the opportunity to launch yourself around Hockenheimring, which, you know, I wouldn't say no. I did notice you trying to get us a little go at it as well.
Now, I was thinking more about me, but I'd enjoy launching you around certain places, that's for sure. Unfortunately, Lewis, the problem is neither of us are eligible. Now, some people may be wondering, why are we only seeing, you know, Europeans racing? Well, this track day event as part of the prize is only available to those in the EU, and so that is where the majority of the participants, in fact all the participants, are from. Doesn't mean in the future we won't see more cross-play events, maybe with some different prizes. That can be international, of course. RENNSPORT, and we look at some of those R1 drivers, a lot of them based in Asia, South America, end up flying to Europe for the competition season.
Yeah, absolutely. That's obviously to help things connection-wise in game, to make things as strong as possible and boost your chance as much as possible. But yeah, it's easy to forget sometimes, because a lot of the competitions we commentate on, a lot of what we talk about is European or North American focused. But sim racing, esports, motorsports, it's a global sport. And opening up to crossplay, seeing across all the different platforms, and of course seeing the entire globe in sim racing take part, that's what we want to see.
What we really need to do is solve this issue that is the speed of light and make it so that we can send data across the world instantaneously. Would solve ping, would solve everything, and then would also somehow enable us to teleport people, I'm sure, and open up our prizes. But at the front of the field, 2 drivers who have not put a foot wrong, but haven't really need to put each other under pressure. It's teammates led by Moritz Lohner, the winner in the first semi-final race in the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay Event.
Solid drive for Moritz Lohner, and really good to see. Did wonder if he was going to start himself out pretty strong. Did notice that Max Benecke has disappeared from that top 3, but I'm sure he'll pop back in as soon as everyone's crossed the line. Nico Nuninghoff, though, brilliant drive at the top of the cup. Felt like he was under pressure from Maximilian Den, but a superb drive. We'll see him come through the final complex of corners to win here in the cup category as well.
Lights flash as a bit of a sign of defeat from Maximilian Den, but a sterling effort from Nico Nuninghoff. The rest of the field will street through, Lewis, but again, top 50% head to tomorrow's final, where points get reset and the slate is wiped clean. So some of these drivers know that they can't let any disappointment of this first race get into their mind.
Yeah, look, it's just about getting the start onto the boards, you know, beginning the evening in a relatively positive way, and then resetting yourself going into the next round, and that's easier said than done. I think it's really important just to take a deep breath and go, right, Monza's next, and if this race has gone well for you, if it's gone poor for you, it doesn't really matter. Let's restart things again when we head to the Temple of Speed, which is, I don't know about you, quite a different circuit to this one.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It has its elevation, but in very different form to the much more distinct changes that you have here. One of our creators will cross the line a little bit further down through the field. And remember, only 2 creators, and so only need 1 of them to advance and survive the race to move on forward. hoping we're going to get a chance to catch up with our race winner and maybe see what happened to Max Benneker through all of that, Lewis, and hoping that there wasn't some sort of race control intervention at the end of the day.
I'm pretty sure he'd crossed the line in second, but I think he might have escaped from the servo at the end there, and that's why he disappeared from the list rather than it being anything more concerning. We do know that Max Benneker is pretty quick at hitting the escape button, but you know, he's finished second. It's decent. I'm sure he's already getting himself practiced and ready for Monza, trying to beat Moritz Lerner there, trying to also steal away another victory, or so he's won quite a lot on this platform, even from McCormack, who's again, I'm not going to open the spreadsheet because I'm terrified, but I'm pretty sure McCormack's record on Monza's pretty formidable in the GT3 category.
Would not be surprised.
I'm going to open the spreadsheet. I'm doing it.
Oh, he's doing it. And what I was going to start a sidetrack conversation about was, as we are minutes away from practice number 2, Moritz Lerner and Monza, Lewis. What comes to your mind when you put those two together?
Him firing it down the inside and absolutely obliterating quite a lot of people, and allowing Marcel Cintic to go on to become champion in 2023 in the spring season final. Is that what you're going for?
Yes, and we may have brought this up at the Sim Racing Expo when we had our pre-launch RENNSPORT event. In the build-up, we were 27 odd days away from launching the game on the Xbox store, the PlayStation store. So me and Ewan O'Leary were there. We said it, and Moritz heard us. He turned around and may have done the Tommy Milner towards us, Lewis.
Oh no! Oh dear!
Oh, no. How dare he?
No. Here we go. I've got some stats for you. I'm not actually sure. I'm not 100% sure if this is fully up to date because I'm just terrified of looking at this spreadsheet anymore. Darren McCormack, I said about his record being pretty good around Monza. He's done 26 races in R1 competition around there. Of course, the Premier Esports Championship of RENNSPORT, of which he's finished on the podium 18 times in those 26 races. He's won 10 of them, which is pretty solid. Now I'm looking for Benneker. Benneker's done 21 races. He's only won 4.
Okay, so Darren McCormack, by the way, has won about 38% of the races he's done at Monza. It's not bad.
38.5%. He's been on the podium 69.2. Nice percent.
Sorry, I need to distract us again, Lewis. 69. Back when jokes were funny. What's funny about 60? Yeah, what? Oh no.
I'm so sorry. Anyway, can we pull this broadcast off there? Moritz Lerner's never won round here, so let's just move on to that one. He's raced it 10 times, been on the podium only once.
Interesting, because I do remember one of my favourite moments of Gamers 8 was Moritz Lerner. To be fair, it was a fight for second, as they were 3 wide, fighting through Ascari, and then 2 wide at the line. But yeah, a fight for second instead of fight for the lead, so maybe that adds up for Moritz, unfortunately.
Yeah, certainly. Look, it is. Where's I'm now I've reopened this. I'm starting to look at all the stats again, and I'm looking at Benneker's percentage. To be fair, I was looking at Hockenheimring. Benneker's percentage of Hockenheimrings, 22% chance of victory, which is almost the exact same as McCormack. Isn't that fun?
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll get a battle between the two of them in the final race of the semi-final. You know what, Lewis? You sounded quite American for a little bit there, with the fascination about statistics.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to start dropping in winningest. Don't worry.
Oh,
horrible word.
That one is on me. Have you ever seen? There's a great Trevor Noah comedy bit where he tries to describe the differences between American and European styles of broadcasting, and in vague tones. The European style is, oh, we're here at Wembley, it's cup final day, everyone's having a great day. And I'm going to answer for you here, Lewis, but, you know, someone will ask, well, Lewis, what's the strategy? And someone will go, oh, nobody knows. They'll go out there, they'll play the best, and someone will win the game. Whereas in America, it'll be, oh, this is the 5th Sunday after Thanksgiving. It's snowing, which means there's a 20% chance of this happening, a 21% chance of this happening. You sounded very American right there.
Look, I like some numbers. I like interesting stats, and you know, who's got the highest percentage of like victories and all this, that, and the other.
Sure.
I don't like. Sometimes I like a pointless stat.
Sure.
You know, one where it's the whole one where they measure a circuit in, like, I don't know, elephant trunks or something. It's like, that's really stupid. Sometimes I love them, sometimes I hate them. There was a stat that I did see this week, which was Max Verstappen is the first driver in Formula One history to hold the #1 for the entirety of an aerodynamic regulation. And I'm like, that is a dumb and pointless stat. That is useless.
Yes. Categorically useless.
Yeah, it means anything. And also that would have been confirmed at the end of last year when he won the champ. But it's whatever. That honestly, it actually really irritated.
There we go. Sidetrack. Like we mentioned, 2 semi-final groups, which means, Lewis, we've got another group of drivers which will get to watch what's happening right now and maybe get a sense for the racing, which I always wonder how important that is, being able to have a bit more information at your disposal before heading into the race.
Yeah, it can be a little bit easy to kind of. I was gonna say it's one of those ones. It always helps having a little bit more information, seeing the other races. But then sometimes I think a lot of these drivers, where they're all plenty good enough, sometimes just ignore the other races that's going on. So, you know, if you're racing in the second group and you're seeing obviously the opening group racing around certain circuits, and you think, oh well, that's kind of what happens here, and you can only take that with a pinch of salt. I think it's more important in, say, more endurance racing, like more proper multi-class racing, because then you're starting to see where the danger points are and the pinch points, and that kind of learning's a little bit more on. In this, I think it's slightly less important.
Well, if you're just joining us, 2 classes of cars as well, racing GT3s for our R1 drivers and the Porsche GT3 Cup car for those that qualified from the community, and a couple of our creators who are joining us as well, all fighting to be in the top 50% who will move forward to tomorrow's finals here in the RENNSPORT Crossplay Holiday Event. Arjuna Kankipati and Lewis McGlade. Lewis, we have 3 consecutive days of RENNSPORT, because not just here on the RENNSPORT channels with this Crossplay Holiday Event, but on Saturday, the final round of the regular season for the VCO Esports Racing League, which competes on all the different sims across different platforms. It ends its regular season and decides its final 4 on RENNSPORT with the Praga R1. And those watching can get involved with the track vote and decide which one of the tracks we'll go racing at.
Is the vote already open?
It is indeed.
Oh, what are the circuits? Go on.
Road Atlanta,
okay.
Orchard Road, and
nope.
The Founders Track.
Oh, ooh.
It's actually not terrible, I think.
It is pretty
it would be pretty good for these cars.
Sadly, I have to just lean towards, as much as I think, like, sometimes the racing around there's not great, but I'd have to lean towards Red Atlanta.
It's a classic, isn't it?
It's an absolute classic. Although, to be fair, Orchard Road would be absolute memes. It's definitely not being picked, but it would be memes.
You know what? Let me go and look. Now, I don't even remember the URL that I should probably. Trackvote.esports-racing-league.com. Road Atlanta, 23 votes. Founders Track, 4 votes. Orchard Road, 3, Lewis.
That's not, look, again, it's not a major surprise. You know, it's one of those ones where you get all, like, the 3 circuits and they all announce, and then you're like, oh, I already know which one's winning. That almost happened last time, apart from what was in the vote last time? Because Oran Park rather won, and I remember being like, that wasn't the one I would have picked. What?
Phillip Island should have been picked.
Phillip Island should have been. I mean, Phillip Island's a sick track.
The Bend was the other one, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, which I would take most things over the Bend. I'd almost even take the Shanghai International Circuit, and I cannot stand that place.
Oh, I've got to commentate there in a couple of months' time. See how it...
So do I. All right, calm down, mister. I get to commentate on the one.
It's pretty terrible. No, you're right. Is there anything redeeming about that track?
No.
No, it's got a long
to be fair,
straight.
in Formula E, it's pretty... Actually, we don't use that. But Formula E, it's pretty entertaining. So, you know, I'm all right when we go there.
I mean, Formula E can make my backyard look entertaining in terms of racing, though. Those usually manage to put on a show. Not quite sure why we're not ready for practice just yet, but once again, Lewis, we'll get underway for the same lone qualifying format that we saw earlier tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be fun to see how that qualifying session unfolds again. Probably a little bit dicey. I'm sure. Maybe pretty tight. That's what we're waiting to find out. See how tight the session's going to be. Quite excited, regardless. And obviously after that win from Moritz Lerner, who won from pole position, seemingly might show that pole position is quite important this evening.
Yeah, you know, that's not something that we'll talk much about often, but this is something that Moritz Lerner has had opinions on, how important pole position is, Lewis, in these one-lap qualifying sessions, which we've always talked about, how much pressure gets thrown onto the drivers. Yeah,
I mean, look, there is a fair amount that goes in there, because when you're on pole position, you're expected to win. Certain circuits, the percentage is obviously a lot higher. I'm pretty sure Hockenheimring, it's really quite high, the pole to winning margin. Again, I've probably got that stat somewhere. I'm not going to go and look for it, though. It's
somewhere in the spreadsheet.
It'll be in there somewhere. But for Monza, especially from a standing start, less so, because it's such a long run down to turn one. I can't remember exactly how far it is, but something like 700 odd meters, isn't it? Something like that down to turn one from the race start. It's an incredibly long run, and into an extremely tight chicane. Another thing that Moritz Lerner can tell you about.
Just looking at our Twitch chat, by the way, because I have finally noticed there is a decent amount of chatter going on there, and someone else saying one-lap qualifying is meh, which was something, Lewis, you were saying earlier. Some of the drivers, not a huge fan of these one-lap qualifying sessions.
Yeah, and as much as I'm not a driver or a league admin or race control or anyone with any power on this, my answer to that is I don't care. I like it, and so we're going to keep it. Thank you.
Deal with it.
Thank you. Yeah, look, it's entertaining. It always spices up. If you gave them an unlimited amount of laps, yes, the qualifying sessions would generally be closer, but it would be more predictable as to who's going to be on pole position, which, of course, that's what the drivers want, because you know, if you're Darren McCormack and you know you've got that speed in you, you know, well, yeah, but if I get that lap in, you know, if I get 3 laps, one of those laps is going to be good enough for pole, or, you know, whatever. Fair enough, I get that. But to that I say, boring. I want to see that lap against all odds. And again, it's one of those ones, like, I remember 2020, was it 3 or 4? See, I remember, and then literally followed up with not remembering. That's not a good sign. But I remember it was you and commentating. It must have been 23. It was Joshua Rogers in the Nürburgring, and he set a lap where he was faster than his theoretical personal best going into the event, which means that if you put all of his fastest 3 sectors together, he was faster than that. So all of his practice, he still went a step above that. And I remember that lap. Now, if you had an unlimited amount of laps in the qualifying session, I feel that would be less interesting. But the fact that happened when you only get 1 lap, that's mental.
That was a pretty special moment. I remember him saying that as well and going, you know what? Fair play. No one's going to be able to steal that away from you. I have been told that hopefully we will be into practice sooner rather than later. And again, got 2 more races in semi-final 1 and then 3 races in semi-final 2. And so Lewis and myself will be here, it would seem, for the next couple of hours. And so if you've got any questions, let us know in chat. If you want us to talk about golf, that's what we're really wanting to talk about sometimes. So feel free to ask us any questions.
We're going to talk about it anyway. So if you want to hear about golf, look, we've been waiting for this practice session to launch for a fair while now, and golf conversation's on the tip of my tongue.
Yes. We will take a step aside and wait for that practice session to jump up. In the meantime, let's take a ride on board. No, never mind, because right on cue, just as we think we're ready to go and watch a lap on board at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, instead, we're ready to head to the Temple of Speed for the second of our practice sessions today.
Yeah, it should be able to launch in just a second. Very excited to see how that one's going to unfold. Practice. Look, all these drivers, it's one of those ones, they're all well practiced, right? They should be able to get up to speed pretty quickly. I don't know how long the practice is. It's not particularly long, is it? It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes? 6 minutes.
Is it 6 minutes? 3 minutes?
Somewhere between 1 and 120 minutes, the practice session is in length. I think it's 5 minutes. It's obviously registered 6 minutes to let that session end, and then qualifying to begin. So we're only going to see a few minutes of practice. So we'll see them around the circuit and set some times. Again, I cannot tell you what the fastest times to look for are. There we go.
Well, what I was just about to do is I had loaded up the RENNSPORT app, and I was going to go and start and dig through some statistics in the app. But apparently we've been saved from looking at the number of virtual kilometers that have been logged by some of our R1 drivers as practice rolls through. And did I see 2 Porsche GT3Rs instead of... Have we been rejoined by Alejandro Sanchez is what I am wondering.
Well, he was able to do practice at Spa, wasn't he? But he wasn't able to take part in qualifying and the race. Not 100% sure as to why. We were told that some drivers are having a couple of hardware issues, and maybe that was Alejandro Sanchez at the opening race. As well, Gianni's joined in the wrong category, so it might be that as well. But Alejandro Sanchez is out on the circuit.
No, I did see him with Gabriel Salomon, who is in the ERA colours, Lewis, but of course let's not forget races for Coanda Esports, and so at a place like this, draft will be important, but you can't use that draft in qualifying.
Nope, you're all alone on the circuit, which is a little sad, isn't it? Just driving around, just on your Todd on the circuit, just like it's a practice session, only you've actually got to set a good time here. And to keep within the track limits, which around here isn't particularly difficult, but there are a couple of spots where it can be quite easy to exceed track limits. You've got here at the Rogier, particularly on the second part, you can abuse track limits there. The exit of Lesmo 2, I distinctly remember, if you've run 2 wheels into the gravel, you're going to be slow anyway. And then, of course, the exit of the Ascari chicane always causes problem.
Yes, this is a track where you are pushing for every little bit, and the margins have big consequence at the speed at which you travel. Track limits in qualifying could end up playing a part as well, but we'll have to wait and see if any of our contenders end up pushing the bound just that little bit too much. Kimi Happala inside of the top 5 in the first race, looking nice and focus behind the wheel, but look at the amount of steering needed, Lewis, coming out of Ascari there.
Yeah, look, it's obviously the 2 different, very different styles of car. They look the same, pretty much, the Cup cars and the GT3s, but you've got a lot more, it feels like a lot more correction going on, a lot more wheel movement going on in the Cup Series and the GT3s, where you have to be buttery smooth, where it has to be basically one steering input through the corner, being as smooth as possible. That's where you get the fast lap time. I always feel with the Cup cars, you can launch them around a little bit more. Topping at the moment the Cup category, Cody Nikolakowski, who was another one of the drivers in the same vein as what we saw from Alejandro Sanchez, saw out in practice, did not see out in qualifying or the race. So hopefully we'll see the Macedonian take to the Temple of Speed when it comes to racing conditions a little bit later.
Just 90 seconds left to go. Now, I'm pausing for a second because I just noticed for the first time it says race in the top left and not practice.
That is true. It does indeed say race up there. I'm just going to say, don't worry about it.
I'm just going to assume it's practice, yes.
We're in practice, you know. I'd be more concerned if it said qualifying.
That's what I was... Yeah, imagine a group draft qualifying session there, Lewis. That would be fun.
Mate, I'm always up for a group qualifying. That is one thing that, though, in a competition I can understand that you wouldn't do. Because, especially in multi-class, it's one thing that I am generally against. As much as I love the hilarity of it, I don't like multi-class qualifying sessions. I like going out in your single class, like, you know, GT3, they have their qualifying session. If you're doing it open, they have their qualifying session. And then Cup, they have their qualifying session. If you were to do it open, I don't like multi-class qualifying. Mostly because they're complaining for the drivers. Hilarious is a little over the top.
You're just trying to antagonize them is what I'm picking up here. So we'll head off into qualifying then in about 10 seconds time. And this is where I think we're about to see if Max Benneker can replicate what he's done in practice. Look at the margin, Lewis, between a top 3, and then the other couple in that GT3 class.
Yeah, it's why I'm a little. They just haven't got their laps onto the board. Surely that's all it is. They just haven't been able to piece things together in that practice session. Not that it matters too much. Obviously, qualifying is where the real talk starts when it comes to setting competitive lap time. So I wouldn't be too worried if I hadn't set a particularly amazing lap time yet.
Maybe just some of that multi-class traffic playing its part as well. Some great shots of this Monza, the run into the Parabolica, depending on who you ask, or the Curva Alboreto. That last sweeping right-hander. And the run towards the line. This is where the drivers will begin their qualifying runs. And Nico Nuninghoff, who was so successful in the first of the races at Spa-Francorchamps, let's see if he can replicate that success in qualifying to kick things off.
Yeah, well, wait for them to get going. I'm pretty sure the qualifying session has already begun, so, you know, I'm going to get on with it. But then again, you only get one lap, so you can kind of leave it, see what the times will be coming in for the other drivers. There we go, Nico Nuninghoff now putting the throttle pedal down into the final corner here, flicking it through the Parabolica and then back out onto the start-finish straight. For a lot of time to think about what's going on before the braking zone at the opening chicane. So use all that track limits on the right side. That's Moritz Lerner, of course, race winner in the opening race of the evening. The first one in the GT3 category, I think, to set as a time.
Clambers over the first of the curbs before sweeping out through Curva Grande. Long right-hander before nestle the car on that white line and on the brakes into the second of the chicane. The chicanes, excuse me, where at the Roger, lean on the curbs once again, but don't go too far out wide. You'll kick yourself into the gravel, which robs you of some crucial momentum. Cambered in through the first of the Lesmos. It's a tidy opening couple of sectors so far.
Certainly has been pretty clean for Moritz Lerner. Got to nail this sector here where you've got that run through the Ascari chicane on the Seraglio straight, down and then rising back up. Times they tend to aim for around here, at least from past. I'm just looking using the RENNSPORT app if you want it. Yeah, go and download it. Obviously will help if you're taking part in any RENNSPORT competition, and also you can go and see some stats and statistics, which of course our junior was trying to find his way to. A 1:46 low, somewhere in there. So you know your ones, your twos, somewhere in there is a pretty solid lap time. And sector-wise, it seems as though Lerner is on a pretty solid lap here, although he has been beaten in that second sector, I think, from Bennica.
Let's see if you can connect all 3 sectors together, minimize your distance on the run towards the line, and here he goes. 1:47.5. Bennica does not beat it, and neither does Lara McCormack. They're all within a tenth or 2, though.
Yeah, clearly the sector times that I'm reading here, they've been rebalanced as a category, and we're not using the R1 bot, so those sector times thrown into the bin. That's fine. About a second and a half slower than that in this qualifying session. Good stuff, though, from Moritz Lerner to have set that time. Those behind, pretty slow qualifying. And Alejandro Sanchez, once again, not setting a lap time. Nico Nuninghoff did not get a good lap onto the board. I think he must have had a slowdown. 7th position in category, 8th position now, as Bernardo crosses the line. Cody Nikola-Latkovsky is in the qualifying session, and he's been denied pole position at the last with a 1:50 flat coming in from Maximilian Den.
Wow, and so what was that 73 thousandths between the front row and the cup class? Remarkable stuff.
Incredible scenes. It's what we like to see. We want to see it as tight as possible, and yeah, fantastic to see.
So I've just sent a message to Alejandro Sanchez asking if he's having some technical issues potentially preventing him from heading out there, but it is going to rob us, Lewis, then it would seem, of one of our R1 drivers at the front of the field.
Yeah, which is a shame. Was very curious to see how Alejandro Sanchez would get on this evening, but alas, we may be robbed of seeing such a thing. But that's fine. Maybe you can make it into the final race. We'll have to wait and see. But regardless, we're going to have a tight battle in that GT3 category between Max Bennica, between Moritz Lerner, and of course Darren McCormack. Great to see Moritz Lerner starting out fantastically again.
And this is how the results of qualifying shape up. I think Johnny, as mentioned earlier by Lewis, might have joined in the wrong car, but still relatively competitive. Gabriel Salomon, surprising to see him a good 5 seconds or so off of the pace. Top 3 covered by, effectively, blink of an eye.
Yeah, fantastic to see in the Cup category. Once again, still extremely tight. Maximilian Den on pole position by 73,000 per second over Cody Nikolakowski, Kimi Hapler, and then of course the first of our creators there in Ray, 4th position, Tim Schroeder, then of course Spies, Hens, then Diasta, McRalph, the second of the creators. I think McRalph was the top creator in the previous race, because I don't think Ray was in it. Kay Bitterman, and then Bernardo across the line. Nico Nuninghoff down below all of this, Arjuna. Crazy scenes.
It is going to lead to a quite wild ride up to turn 1, and I think aggression, Lewis, is going to be prevalent on many a part. I did also just see a note from Race Control that Johnny, for joining in the wrong car, is going to get black flagged in the race, so won't be a contender out on track, and so remove him from the playing field. I think it's relatively clear that we've got 3 main players in the GT3 class with our R1 competitors, and then the late lap time in the Cup class for Maximilian Den have put him in control of his destiny.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, that's obviously the best thing to do. We said about qualifying this evening. It's quite important. I think as the evening goes on, from Spa to Monza, and then to Hockenheimring, it gets more and more important to qualify well. And so if Maximilian Den is able to qualify this consistently over the evening, then look, surely heading into tomorrow's competition. But like I say, it is what it is. If you're Nico Nuninghoff, sure, it's not gone well. You've still got a 15-minute race to work your way through ahead.
Yes. Alejandro Sanchez is having some technical issues, by the way, and so that is why he is out there briefly in practice, but not going to head out there and, well, how do we say this politely? Cause any issues for those around him, which, let's be honest, Lewis, probably for the best, and making sure he doesn't cause issues to others out on track.
Yeah, obviously a tough decision to make and a bitter pill to swallow sometimes, but an understandable one, bit of a shame. But it is what it is, Gina. I mean, look, it happens sometimes. We all have our own technical issues, and just a shame to see it return basically before anything's even started.
Especially for someone who has just won the IMSA Esports Global Championship. But Lewis, we are ready to rumble here at the Temple of Speed.
Yeah, we'll give them a few moments to get themselves started, and then we'll have the revs rise, of course. You can see they're the GT3 competitors. It's Moritz Lerner, it's Max Benneker. Benneker now in a Maus livery. I was concerned, I thought I was going to say he's got sacked, but I don't think Renault will be particularly pleased if I said that. I was wondering if they'd part ways, not in the same livery, but of course, no, he remains at Maus. So the 2 teammates will start first and second. Darren McCormack in third in the GT3 category. Gabriel Solomon, the last of those GT3s in reality. Gianni will get a black flag, and we'll get a terrible start anyway, dropping right back into the Cup category, as we'll see Maximilian Den lead the field into the first corner. Cody Nikolakowski, I think, losing out potentially here to Kimi Harpler on that run into the opening turn. It is going to be Moritz Lerner, though, leading from Max Benneker and Darren McCormack. Big squeeze is happening up ahead as Gabriel Solomon going for the up and under, departing the opening turn as they try and find their way through Curva Grande, but Gabriel Solomon will remain in fourth. For the top 4 is as they really were running at the opening stages of the previous race.
And look at Cody Nicolai, who's just about keeping pace with these drivers into the Roger, and so that is giving him a bit of breathing room to the rest of the Cup class trying to hunt him down. But as the trouble brews out of that second chicane, no one really going out too far wide, able to regather positions. That's Nico Nuninghoff back in 8th now.
Yeah, Nuninghoff, I mean, look, desperate to try and work his way through after victory in the previous race. Needs to start out well. I mean, you were talking about alternate motorsport variations at other circuits at Spa. Has there been rallycross here at Monza? Because that certainly looked like it.
They've done rallying at Monza, I'm pretty sure, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. They've also finished the Giro d'Italia here with a time trial, if I remember correctly, which I'm pretty sure Tom Dumoulin won. that's testing my memory. I don't really know past that point.
I have no idea. It does look as though, by the way, that Porsche is sitting duck in a straight line, and that's not because it's a GT3 Cup car. That is a GT3 machine, just with strengths and weaknesses that aren't necessarily suiting it potentially to the competition here. Like Lewis, you mentioned earlier, they're not using the R1 BOP, and so the cars, those strengths and weaknesses will be a little bit more pronounced as the teammates pop out of line and Beneke gets to the inside.
Darren McCormack looking to try and slot through the middle, but obviously not fully committing to that one, and has 2 miles BMWs sat ahead. And McCormack will settle for third at the moment. Gabriel Solomon trying to find the slipstream of the trio ahead, although I get the feeling it might be a fairly unentertaining 8 final laps of this 9-lap race for Gabriel Solomon, not quite having the speed of first, second and third. But just imagine that, right? Just jumping in behind the wheel and thinking, oh, who am I racing? It's Beneke, it's Lerner, it's McCormack. Fantastic news. 3 of the most successful drivers in RENNSPORT esports competition. So, we'll give Gabriel Solomon his dues, because he is a pretty pacey driver. But those top 3 are mental. Speaking of mental, let's have a look what happens in the Cup category down through into Curva Grande on the opening lap.
So, Diasta in the middle of all of this. I mean, one of the problems is identical livery, so it's hard to pick out who he hits, and not 1, not 2, but 3 separate bits of contact as they scatter for the hills, and Diasta ends up mounting the catch fencing as well. I mean, given how high speed that corner is, Lewis, that could have ended up being a lot worse, but I think it's just the uncertainty of not trusting people around you necessarily, and unfortunately pinching a little bit too much eventually.
Yeah, and I think there's been a bit of a slow exit here from McCormack, maybe through the second Lesmo, maybe through the exit of Ascari. Dropped off about 6/10 arrears of Max Beneke and Moritz Lerner. Can't afford to do that too many times this evening. If you do that around here again and again, then you will end up losing that slipstream. And as soon as that slipstream is gone... oh my goodness, what just happened?
Beneke, hardware failure, surely. There's no way.
That was, and he's already out of the race. Yeah, I agree, that has to be hardware, because I looked away for 2 seconds and he was 90 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen Beneke have anything like this happen to him before. So this is how unusual it... Wow.
Interesting. Like I say, there's definitely something, game crash or say hardware failure, something in that vein that has happened there for Max Beneke. So he is unfortunately out of the race, which does promote Gabriel Solomon into 3rd position. Of course, 3rd of 3, and the slipstream is not going in favour of Darren McCormack here. Already out to 1.1 seconds. He's got to nail Ascari here, or it might be over before it's even started.
But again, Lewis, this is just the semi-finals, so we'll take the top 3 drivers across of the 3 races just from these GT3 group, right? So Max Beneke, if he can figure out the issue, get back out there for the final race, well, suddenly I'm not quite sure how the points are going to be determined, but Gabriel Solomon, even with the Porsche's seemingly lack of performance at Monza, still has a very realistic chance of making it through to tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, not too. It's only 50% of each given field that we'll be able to progress through into tomorrow's action, and realistically, everyone's got a pretty solid shout. Now, if Moritz Lerner and Darren McCormack finish 1st and 2nd here, which in all likelihood they probably will, they're sorted, I think. I'm pretty sure that they're well, definitely Moritz Lerner's golden. He'll be going through into tomorrow, which is not too much of a shot. Beneke needs to come back strong in the next race. Bit of a wave there from Gabriel Solomon, which is always nice to see. Noses on TV. There you go. That's why. Didn't get that from McCormack, though, did we?
No. Well, to be fair, he's probably not as distracted.
Fan there.
Yeah, I was going to say, you ruined my pun. Number 1 fan.
God, as soon as I was hearing you say no, I was like, yeah, he's going to say number 1 fan. Let's talk over this for a second. Yeah, I'm not...
You're not allowed me to have my puns?
No. Well, maybe.
How unprofessional of you.
Yeah, I'm the unprofessional one there. That's fine.
Yes, absolutely.
Look, you can ask the audience if they want more puns or less puns. I'm sure we can give it a go.
No, let's not do that. What we should do is give Cody Nicolai his credit, because after breaking away on that initial start, never really looking back, and as it stands right now, about halfway through race 2, the Cup class, Lewis, is wide open, and the reason why I'm looking at the strength of the class is because they'll go into tomorrow with a lot more numbers than the GT3 drivers will have, so a lot more competition to fight their way through.
Yeah, and like I say, you've got to accept for Cody Nicolai, this is a must-win race. After not being in the previous one, I think a technical issue on his side stopped the Macedonian from participating in the race a little bit earlier on the evening at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Now being in this one, leading the way. Sure, Nico Nunninghoff is doing a fantastic drive to return up the order after a poor qualifying session, up to 4th position now in the Cup category, and only 7/10 off of getting onto the into the podium in the Cup category. That is an impressive drive. You can see that battle a little bit in the background, but for Cody Nicolai, you're absolutely right. Brilliant stuff. I think Nico Nunninghoff made a bit of a mess of the chicane in the background, unless that was my eyes deceiving me.
Just waiting to see how the timing updates. He's still in 4th, which, given how he kind of disappointed in qualifying, then race start didn't go all his own way, got tangled up in some contact out through the second chicane. He's had a pretty good fight back. Tim Schroeder not going to get past Andreas Henn into the Roger. Tries to set up the exit, gets a great run off the corner and pops alongside, and tell you what, through Lesbo 1 will make that work too.
Yeah, nice one. Like I say, getting to the inside and getting a little bit, not elbows out at all, just getting a little bit bold with the moves and making the move up the order. Curious to see if Nico Nunninghoff could potentially get his way through onto the podium, because the gap between those two for 3rd and 4th is looking extremely close in the Cup category. It was only a 10th of a second as they were heading up into the braking zone at Ascari. Seeing Nunninghoff's rise up the order is impressive. Ray is directly ahead, of course, the highest placed content creator in the Cup category, needing to really finish ahead of McRalph after an absence as well from the previous race. There is Nunninghoff battling for that final step on the podium, getting the up and under here, potentially a better drive out onto the start-finish straight.
Not often you see the move happen that early, as we look below as Kimi Happel straight lines the chicane as he overcommits under the brakes, and it's so easy to do so without the ABS in these cars. And now Nunninghoff has to cover the inside of the track as Ray pops out wide. But really for Ray, even though McRalph finished that first race, he's not had great finishes, Lewis, and so not quite sure how the points will work out between the two content creators, but Ray's doing about all he can, running high up there in this Cup class, only about 7 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, absolutely doing a very solid effort, getting passed by Nico Nunninghoff. I mean, Nunninghoff absolutely dominated the previous race, so that's not really too much of an embarrassing statement to see Nunninghoff rising up the order. For a great spot in this one, so no major dramas. I think that's about as good as it's going to get for Nico Nunninghoff. I don't see any major switches happening towards the top end of the Cup category now, at least within our top 5. And when it comes down to any mistakes and such, I think if there's a mistake, then fair enough, it'll be wide open. But I don't think you see that changing. I don't see this category changing even remotely. Then again, Darren McCormack did have a drive-through of some description. BMW might around here. Like I said, in R1 competition, which I'm not going to put this into the R1 stats, it's not the same thing, but in R1 competition, Moritz Lerner is winless around the Temple of Speed, so at least he'll be chalking that one up.
I can check that at least off the list. When it comes to Dara, I'd be curious to ask him to try out what lap time he could do on a controller versus what lap time he could do with his wheel, because he's probably one of those drivers that would be very competitive on both, and anyone who says I don't have the equipment, well, that would be a great scientific proof for what talent can really do.
Yeah, I mean, I used to sim race on controller a long time ago. Obviously,
sim race?
Yeah, it was R-Factor 1.
Okay.
A little bit of R-Factor 2, although I can tell you that is not a good idea. Not built for it. I've played a little bit of AC. I've played even a little bit of RENNSPORT controller, and like I can't do it. I can't get my brain around it. I used to be absolutely fine, not great or anything like that, but I used to be fine. I once went around Jack Nicholls around the outside using the controller at Stowe in my first ever sim race, so you know it's my claim to fame. But now I can't do it. I get a feeling that Darren McCormack's one of the people that can just be like, yeah, I'll just do it. I'll just pick it up. Don't worry about it. I don't get it. I don't understand how you can.
Yeah, he's just too talented. And to be fair, it's not just talent. There's a lot of hard work, right, that goes into it as well. I was getting to it earlier before we got distracted, Lewis. But I was trying to dig my way through all the different stats that are available on the RENNSPORT app. The driver with the most kilometers is Kaiki Oliveira with 203,832. And Darren McCormack is fourth on this list, 176,000 kilometers on RENNSPORT in the last couple of years.
That is mental. Basically halfway to the moon.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it means about 400,000 k in it, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep. Not quite the distance between here and the sun though. That's 93 million miles. So we've got to start putting in the laps, boys. Get a dent into that. But that's fine. Morris Lerner here up and over the curb. I mean, look, it is a brilliant drive. It is impressive watching these esports guys launch the car around here. They're so in control. It's kind of a joke, isn't it?
Well, we had a couple of the real-world IMSA drivers join us for this IMSA Esports Global Championship, and one of them was saying that he's never felt so proud of being within 2/10 of pole, Lewis, because 2/10 off of pole in an esports championship put him 18th on the grid. And this is, again, a real-world IMSA Michelin pilot driver who's going, you know what, I don't think I've ever had to work this hard in racing, but I've also never had so much fun. These drivers put in oodles of effort. Let's not mistake that, but you know, sometimes there is some fun to be had there as well, and the level of competition, it grinds on you, but it really develops some diamonds. I mean, just look at Chris Lullum and the year that he's had transitioning back into real-world racing a little bit more, out at Sepang racing in the Asian Le Mans Series this weekend.
Yeah, I know. And I keep opening up Instagram, and I'm like, mate, I know loads of people on this grid. This is crazy. Yeah, quite a lot of people taking part in the Asian Le Mans Series. Why not? That we're all well aware of, either in sim racing or motorsport. No, I mean, to speak of the distance to pole, it's actually, that was the, as we start the final lap, by the way, that was the reminder to me of the end of my proper like sim race, where I was taking sim racing very seriously. It was in like a Formula One style championship. I put in a lot of effort, a lot of practice. I qualified in not a great car comparatively to the rest of the field, which, you know, I was pretty happy with. 7/10 off of the pole, and I was 29, and I was like, no, I'm good, thanks. This is too much for me.
My ego can't take this anymore. Yeah, no. That, by the way, beautiful office/sim room for Mr. Hen with the Lego McLaren mounted on the wall, no less. I mean, that adds some bonus points for style. And then track map of the best track in the world.
Yeah, the beheaded pig.
Illuminated as well behind him. That is a solid office setup. Dreams for many, I would think.
Yeah, and if you don't know what I mean by a pig's head, I mean, I'm not going to talk you through it, but
I mean, just look at it.
You got some ears at the top, you got a mouth at the bottom. Figure it out.
No, I see what you're saying. It's visually just there.
You didn't for ages. I had to keep saying it. Every broadcast we did together around the North Side, I had to keep bringing it up.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think he's blind. It's fine. Either way, final corner. Moritz Lerner's going to make it 2 from 2 here in our holiday event. Superb drive back in Spa. Superb drive once again. It won't be a 1-2 for Mouse, unfortunately, with the retirement of his teammate. But Moritz Lerner is going to win again.
Superb job. And only 2 seconds clear of Darren McCormack. The two of them pushing each other all the way to the very end. But Cody Nicolai, after a superb launch off the line, Lewis is going to convert to victory in the Porsche Cup class, and now we go down to a barnstorm of a third race at the Hockenheimring to settle things in semi-final 1.
Great drive from Nico Nunninghoff, though, to go from essentially the back of the cup field all the way up onto the podium. That is a superb effort to have done that, to have pieced that one together. Like you say, there's still a lot of work left to be done in one final race around the Hockenheimring circuit, which is a circuit which can bite in qualifying, especially with the track limits at the opening corner. I think in all of my... whoa, as we're getting a bit of racing here coming down to the final, and a squeeze off into the grass. Oh! Lewis Hamilton, Nico Rosberg, eat your heart out. My goodness.
And then someone comes through and says, Moses, give me the freebies. Well, some words will be exchanged, I have no doubt about that. And now look how many more positions they lose as a result, Lewis. One moment of desperation, it's cost them so much.
Yeah, I mean, when you're pushed two wheels onto the grass, it's probably a good idea to you know, lift. But
back out of things.
You know, that's fine. Throttle works both ways.
There's a brake pedal there for a reason as well, apparently. Although I distinctly remember you shouting on a number of broadcasts, Arca brakes. It is a distinct phenomenon that is true in the real world. It is true in the virtual world as well. Our junior Kanki Party, alongside of Lewis McLeod, we're having some fun here in the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay Event. And Lewis, 2 races done in semi-final 1, and now one final race. Already we think Moritz Lohner has locked himself into tomorrow's final, maybe Dara McCormack as well. Question marks remain about everyone else, though. Lots of excitement heading into this final race.
Yeah, I think actually with first and third, Nico Nunninghoff's confirmed his way through as well in the Cup category. Cody Nikolakowski with that victory, he needs to get a decent result onto the board in the last race of the evening in the opening group. Of course, if he doesn't, then I think he'll be out, even though he's got a race victory. He might still be in because race victory obviously is pretty handy on that one, but yeah, I'm not sure how it'll look. For those in the GT3s, like I said, I think it is only Moritz Lohner, because the other two, McCormack and Gabriel Salomon, they could drop back behind Max Benneker. I think they're all pretty close, because I'm pretty sure Salomon's got 2/3 and Benneker and McCormack have a second and a fourth apiece.
And so it's really between them. Even if Alejandro Sanchez is able to resolve his technical issues in time for the final race, it will be too little too late, you would think. And maybe not even expecting him to head out on track for the final race. And then after that, semi-final 2, the second group will get underway. Some of the highlights in terms of R1 drivers: Dennis Schoeniger, David Sobrero, Robbie Stapleford, Kevin Ellis Jr., Tumas Tatala, and Jack Keithley. So some pretty quick drivers up and down through that list. And then looking through some of the community drivers as well, we've got another really strong entry list, Lewis. And so no matter who ends up advancing from semi-final 1, semi-final 2, specifically in that community group, what we are seeing, and this is something Dara McCormack highlighted to us at Sim Racing Expo, competition on RENNSPORT is one of its key points, and it's really getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, very much so. A lot of names we'll become fairly familiar with, I'm sure, here on the RENNSPORT platform over the next couple of years. I will say we get James West out there, importantly behind one of the big memes of RENNSPORT, which was when he was interviewing Krim mid-race. And he said, "Excuse me, sir, I need to turn because James was in the way." Probably the most I've laughed at a broadcast in quite a while. That's some good memories right there. I'd say on the GT3 side of things, actually really difficult to work out who's the top dog in that one. I'd say on pace, on outright pace, Tumas Tatala probably is, because he's been absolutely rapid. But how things have unfolded over the last year, I think potentially the most consistent driver on there might be Dennis Schoeniger.
Really?
Yeah, but had a fantastic year.
Well, Tumas has definitely been getting quicker and quicker, that is for sure. And we haven't seen him much outside of RENNSPORT, which is sometimes a good thing, right? You stay a little bit more in tune with the particular feel of a platform, although I will always argue the best drivers can adapt quickly. We always say, and we know at this level, the margins really do make a difference. We'll step aside. One more race to come in semi-final 1. Don't go anywhere here in the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay Event. folks, welcome back along to the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay Event. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod with one more race in Semi-Final 1 before we can head over to Semi-Final 2, and 3 more races lie in front of us. Lewis, it's time to head to the Hockenheimring as we battle to send one content creator, one of our community members, and one R1 driver to a track day at the Hockenheimring.
Yeah, and 2 commentators as well. You have to pay for your own flights, though, Arjuna. Sorry. I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top tomorrow. But of course, right now we have to focus on who's going to be there tomorrow. The top half of each of the categories will be taking part in tomorrow's racing. So one content creator from semi-final 1, one content creator from semi-final 2. We've got 3 of each coming in from the R1 drivers, and then the rest of the field is made up from general community members that are taking part in the Cup category. Moritz Lerner has had a fantastic start, though, in the GT3s. 2 races, 2 victories. As it seems there on the left-hand side, I was going to say, there is no Max Benneker. So I think our 3 drivers have already been decided from this one.
I think so. Sanchez, a DNS2, so ongoing technical issues for him, but whatever happened to Benneker is a bit more terminal than maybe he was hoping. His teammate Moritz Lerner will fly the flag then for the Mouse Esports team, with Gabriel Salomon and Dara McCormack, the other couple of GT3 drivers. Allows us, Lewis, to focus a bit more on the Cup class then, where we think Nico Nuninghoff is probably locked in with the 1st and 3rd, but the rest of the field has got lots to fight over. Yeah,
indeed. Like I say, I'm sure, look, they're going to put on a show. It wouldn't be the first time that some of these drivers have taken part in a relatively pointless race, and for them it is literally just reach the checkered flag and see you tomorrow. So that's fine. Look, you've still got to lay down a benchmark lap time and get your eye in, because this race might be very important come 24 hours time. Of course, Moritz Lerner into the final complex. Very curious to see who's going to be out on top. Will it be Nico Nuninghoff? Will it be Code Nikolatkovsky or someone else in the Cup category? Can Moritz Lerner take a clean sweep here this evening as well?
That would be a good way for him to get back into the R1 swing of things. A decent run in qualifying, but again, no one else to compare against. But a 1:37.027 will not get beaten by Gabriel Salomon. 8/10 off the pace, and now just waiting for Dara McCormack. Lost 2/10 in the opening 2 sectors, and unless he wrestles that back in the last sector, it will be a struggle out wide and struggling to keep the momentum on the car. Now the slot just in front of Salomon.
Yeah, indeed. So Maximilian Den is the one at the moment on top in the Cup category. See who's coming out and across the line in all of those behind. I think it might have been Den who was able to hang on. Of course, said it would be between the likes of Latkovsky and Nuninghoff, but Den had some good speed back at the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps, so maybe he's the one to take to the top of the Cup category.
There's a great look at the start-finish straight at the Hockenheimring. You've got that big oil bottle on the top of the main building just next to the podium. Here's a confirmation of our results. Moritz Lerner has been taking advantage of his familiarity with the BMW to great effects once more. It's a Maus BMW on top with McCormack and Salomon. The rest of the GT3s, Lewis, as we take a look at the Cup cars.
Yeah, Maximilian Den then is on pole position. Code Nikolatkovsky in 2nd spot. Really needs to grab himself at least generally a podium here will be solid enough. Tim Schroeder, Kimi Hapler, Diasta, Spice, Ray is once again ahead in the content creators, so at least there's that. I think a victory here in that content creator battle would be an access to progression to tomorrow's racing. Bit of a behind. Ronaldo, Gianni back in the Cup category where he belongs. Nico Nuninghoff down in 11th position. Again, a couple of 2.5 seconds off pole can tell you that is most likely a track limit excursion to the opening corner. Ilya Wolski as well down in 12th position. There is McRalph, the other as content creators, 13th position. Then Sandra Paragoniolov in 15th position, and Hen, who had a pretty impressive setup and a pretty impressive race in the previous one. See if there's going to be any more from Andre there from 16th position.
We'll wait and see. Final moments of practice getting underway now, and remember we've got another group of drivers in semi-final 2. 3 races that will get underway as soon as we are done here rotate back around to Spa, Monza, and Hockenheimring, and we'll be back here tomorrow at 6 p.m. CET for a 3-race finale to determine our winners of this track day. That's a big lunge up the inside through the final sector, learning from Ein Changuven slightly earlier this year. What a move that was.
Yeah, that was wild. Part of me is like, oh, I don't like seeing that. I think it's a little too risky. And the other part of me is like, that's crazy. I love it. It's one of those ones where if it had happened to me in sim racing, I would have been like, that guy is a weapon. I hate him. This, that, it's dirty racing. And then watching it from a complete outside, I'm like, that's fantastic. Bravery, the control, absolute insanity.
Yes. Bravery is one word for it. Insanity is probably another word for it, but you only get rewarded for bold moves occasionally at the end of the day, and so that made it stick. The reality is GT3, again, if you're just joining us, is effectively a non-battle at this point. 6 drivers were meant to be competing. Only 3 of them have joined us here in the semi-finals, and so 3 of them have been able to compete regularly, it's more fair to say. And so they are the 3 that move forward to tomorrow's final. I'm really excited about this Cup class fight now, Lewis, though. The only problem, as you mentioned earlier, identical liveries don't make it easy.
It adds a flavour of difficulty left for us to decipher. I mean, when we did the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, they were all black, white and red, but thankfully they had driver colours on that, which did make things a little bit easier. Here, we have to just make it up as we go along. So, again, if you are confused whilst watching, and we are as well. That's all I've got to say on that one.
I'm looking forward to this one. Again, RENNSPORT available on the Xbox Store, PlayStation Store, and on Steam and the Epic Games Store. And cross-play, same physics across all platforms, means that console players and PC players alike can race wheel to wheel with the exact same physics. See some comments in chat about avoiding jumping the start. Easier said than done. In a GT3 machine, the final race in semi-final 1. 10 laps just go. Dara McCormack goes nowhere, and Salomon's going to jump him instantly. Maximilian Den in front of Cody Nicolai, and then Tim Schroeder as the top 3 lead their way out through the opening corner. Kimi Happel tucked into 4th. That's crucial for him, as up towards turn 2 they run. Onto the brakes hard for the first time.
Yeah, D'Astra and Spice made contact to the opening corner. Here comes a big look to the inside as Nico Nuningoff trying to find his way through already. That was a big look down the inside as they got onto the brakes at turn 2. Now out onto the Parabolica. This run down into the hairpin. I get the feeling we're going to see 2 and 3 wide here in this Cup category. At the top of the GT3s, I think the only move you're going to get is McCormack back on Salomon.
Is anyone going to force the issue here? Not quite 3 wide. You can see one car over-rotating on the inside curb.
What's Morris Lerner? Morris Lerner was off the circuit doing donut. Look at him. He's...
Oh, no.
He's definitely had a technical issue.
Or he's decided he's having too much fun and he's going to let Dara McCormack and Gabriel Salomon fight for a race win. Yeah,
a bit of an anticlimax there for Morris Lerner, who's left doing donuts and now has left the race. It doesn't matter anyway, with 2 victories to his name, he's already through. He could have skipped this one in its entirety. Into Mobile 1 they go. Plenty of battles happening for about 5th or so, 6th position in this category. Nico Nuningoff trying to work his way back up the order after once again a poor run in qualifying. Needs to get that sorted before tomorrow. He'll be fine to progress through into tomorrow's action with a poor qualifying, but if he wants to win the whole thing in the Cup category, then the qualifying that he's been having, not good enough.
Yes, cannot afford to get stuck too far behind. While one of our content creators looking in the rearview mirrors quite significantly is Anuadas a bit wide. That would be one where race control might remind you to stick within the confines of the white lines, and look how much he closes under the brakes, unsettles the car as he has to over-slow, creeping up towards the apex of the corner. Remember, 15-minute races or so, at 10 laps here at the Hockenheimring for these drivers to hold on.
Yeah, like I say, it can be a pretty difficult circuit to find your way through on someone, though. That's the importance with this circuit. Sometimes track position does reign supreme, although we're seeing a little bit of contact here. Bernauda into the rear end of Ray, and it's going to allow Bernauda to potentially make a move. The Frenchman getting to the inside probably should back out of this one. He did tap to try and get himself alongside. It's not British touring cars after all, but alas, we are going to see a flick through the right-hand kink there into the Mercedes arena section, drop down on the brakes and a flick into the left-hander, and Ray will be able to hang on against Bernauda.
Look how close they are to one another. It's a wide entry into this next corner, but you never want to use all of it in through Mobile 1. And then it funnels up in towards the stadium section and up towards Sachs Curve. Half look for being forced to cut back into line. In the content creator battle, by the way, McRalph's a little bit further down through the field, so all that Ray needs to do is hold on here, and he might still be able to squeak through even after missing the first race of semi-final number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ray kind of has jumped in. Actually, has got some decent speed. We actually saw this previous race was battling with Nico Duninghoff for third position for a little bit in that one. Ray's clearly got some decent speed in that car, but now they're taking some very interesting track limits at the opening corner. Another circuit that's had its fair share of rallycross. Remember Ken Block racing around here on 3 wheels to get his way through into, I think it was into the semi-finals on that day. There's a move to the inside. Spice was in battle, I think, with Nico Duninghoff in behind. Might not have been, but either way, the Swiss driver getting bumped around.
Speared off the road there, and then just about left a lane down low, and they were able to slip through. Wolski in front goes wheel to wheel for a moment and then slips past as Dara McCormack left on track in our GT3s. He's effectively got a solo test tray at the front, is pushed into the grass, not taking that one lightly as Spice forces up the inside and then loops the car around.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. Just so easy to do. We see this in R1 quite a lot with lunges and looks and side-by-sides going into the Mercedes arena section. Things can be a little bit difficult. Gabriel Salamon's gone, do you know, I actually want my evening back, as he's bailed from the GT3 category as well. So Darren McCormack is left just to do laps by himself to secure a victory here at the Hockenheimring, which, you know, I'm sure he'll be like, cool, that's something, I guess, but alas, I'm sure the battle will resume tomorrow for those drivers. Those three, Moritz Lerner, Darren McCormack and Gabriel Salomon, will be doing action and battling for the top spot and the winner in tomorrow's racing.
And hopefully, when we find out who the other 3 drivers are from semi-final 2, we will be in for a fun fight tomorrow. The contact between them, I think there, Lewis, as they headed up in through turn 8.
Like I said, it's so easy to do at that point in the circuit. Just it really does narrow quite a lot in that braking zone. So not particularly surprised that's the case. There's a bit more surprising contact. Diasta on the left-hand side of your screen, trying to hang on to 7th position in the Cup category, getting past there. That was a little bit dicey and potentially even unnecessary going down into the hairpin.
Just a little bit, but you know, they'll make it work, and that's all that really matters. 2 very different lines taken then through turn 8 and towards the final sector of the lap, but it works for each of them in these Porsche Cup cars. Gap between Maximilian Den and Cody Nicolai is still just about 1/10 of a second, and we're not even halfway through this final race in semi-final 1. I feel as though right now Maximilian Den, Cody Nicolai, they'd be moving forward pretty comfortably as well. Tim Schroeder, Kimi Happela, they've been up and down, but 2 decent results might be enough for them to move forward too. Yeah,
absolutely. And through the final corner, this battle between Diasta and Bitterman, I believe, is continuing here, and again they've been putting on a bit of a show here. Sorry, it'll be Bernauda. Bitterman's a little bit far off the rear end. There's a little bit of a check into our race leader, Darren McCormack. This is a check-in, though, into our battle for the race lead in the Cup category. Cody Nikolakowski is in position to progress through into tomorrow's racing, but of course he wants to do it with 2 victories and a DNS to his name, which would be a pretty handy way to go in, showing yourself as the as potentially the former man. As there comes a look to the outside for the Macedonian, and Den is going to hang on, I think, here with the inside line.
Tries the switchback, does Macedonian, but tucks back into the draft. Seen plenty of moves up to turn 8, both in the real and virtual worlds. Does Den feel the need to go defensive? He wasn't that much covering off, but instead, Nikolai proactively tried to seek the long way around and holding position for the time being. Slipping off the track is Maximilian Den, the first sign of the pressure starting to build. Halfway through at the line, 5 laps will be left to go. They've got a gap to those behind.
It's a fantastic battle, isn't it? Look to the outside from Cody Nikolakowski. Bit of a scramble for grip, bit of a squeeze off the road. Maximilian Den trying to keep Cody Nikolakowski at bay. Down with the brakes as they go through the chicane towards the end of the circuit and move for the race lead in the Cup category. Brilliant stuff from Latkowski then to get through into the race lead in the bottom of your screen. At the top, though, we've got some battling happening towards the back end of the Cup category as Hen's able to make his way through into 14th position overall.
Don't always see that move work, but give respect to Cody for thinking about it. Give respect to Maximilian Den for allowing the room and not forcing Cody off the track. This is by no means done, though. 5 laps still now for Den to find a way back past, and still in the draft as they'll head through the Parabolica, the long straight on the run up towards the hairpin. Quite close enough, but closing as they head towards the brake zone and forcing our new class leader to go slightly defensive as they head off the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, great fight between these two. Great move. Halfway through the race, it's kind of the move you expect from the final lap of the race, giving that a go, although I get the feeling there might have been a bit less room given from Maximilian Den, who gets into the rear end, taps the rear of Cody Nikolakowski. It is a battle between these two. Tim Schroeder's a little bit too far off the rear end, but the more they fight, the more likelihood that they might be joined by someone else. Not Tim Schroeder, but potentially Nico Nunninghoff, who's got up to 4th position, who looks to make it 3 races, 3 podiums this evening. He was able to get through on Tim Schroeder fairly soon. And if these lot continue to battle here for the race lead, the likelihood is we might see Nico Nunninghoff rejoin this fight for the race lead here in the Cup category. We'll only have 4 laps left to go at the line, though. 4 more laps that we'll have seeing these drivers do battle here this evening as we're moving on to semi-final 2, and we'll get a new string of nearly 20 drivers to once again do battle and find their way to transition into tomorrow's racing.
And remember, the winner of each one of our groups, creators, community drivers, and R1 competition drivers, will win a track day here at the Hockenheimring. If Nico Nunninghoff cannot get his qualifying act together, though, it's going to be difficult for him. Maximilian Den pushes wide out of turn 4, and that will mean he is not going to be close enough to have a lunge this time by up towards the hairpin. And our race leader, Cody Nikolai, might just have been able to do enough. Nico Nunninghoff, by the way, has gotten in front of Tim Schroeder in the opening sector of the lap. So 3 seconds, and now closing to the front of the field.
Yeah, the problem is, I think it's a little bit too little too late. You can see that gap. Unless these two battle like they did a couple of laps ago, at least twice more over the final few laps of this race, I get the feeling that we're not going to see any major transitions in this battle pack that will see Nico Nunninghoff rejoin the fight for the race lead. I think it's going to be a pretty relaxing race to the checker flag from him if he's able to check away from Tim Schroeder in this final sector. It doesn't seem like it's happened, though, going through the middle sector there. The gap remains around a 10th or so. I think Schroeder's probably close to maybe having a look. Cody Nikolakowski, like, you're absolutely right, nailed the previous lap. A little bit of a gap after a slight couple of mistakes coming in from Maximilian Den, and I get the feeling that he might even be at the point where he could potentially cruise to the checker flag. 7/10 nearly clear of Maximilian Den, nearly breaking that slipstream with just 3 laps left to go. We are on the ante-penultimate lap.
Oh, look at you, just waiting to be right. And you did use it correctly this time at the very least.
I'm sure I used it correctly before.
I'm going to have to go back and check. 3 laps left to go. Maximilian Den still not close enough. The class leader holds on at the front of the field. And what we have seen, though, Lewis, is, I mean, Nico Nuninghoff's shown us how important qualifying can be. The other thing is just how crazy some of the race starts are. So when you don't qualify well, not only do you have to make all the moves, but you put yourself in the danger zone, which Nico's fortunately been able to stay out of, with the exception of that little bit of contact at Monza.
Yeah, and I do get the feeling that this is, that qualifying well is only going to be more paramount tomorrow when, of course, we get into the finals, we get into the prize, when we get into who is top dog in each of our categories. Qualifying will be a critical feature, and for a driver like in the GT3 category, Moritz Lerner, for a driver even like, well, to be fair, our top 3 here, Cody Nikolakowski, Maximilian Den and Nico Nuninghoff, all of which have proven they're capable of grabbing a pole position. You've got a fair amount of confidence going into tomorrow's racing. Darren McCormack here, who continued to lead in GT3 because there's no one else in it. I don't think he'll have got anything from this race, which is like, yeah, I've just driven. Basically, this is just a glorified practice session and seeing what happens over the stint. Obviously, he's having a little chat there, most likely with Big Kev. Kevin Lewis Jr. will be going out in the next group in the next semi-finals. I'm sure they're having a little bit of a conversation. But it seems the fact that he's chatting going into the Apex probably tells you he's just cruising.
Now, what he's doing right now is adding to the 1,196 hours he has spent behind the wheel of cars on track in RENNSPORT. That's a silly statistic.
That is pretty silly. He is someone who is dedicated to the world of sim racing. Let's put it that way. I mean, it's one of those ones where I would love to see how much time in total he's put into this game, into Forza, into ACC, even to iRacing recently. Very curious to know what that number would be, just in sim racing in totality. For McCormack, it would be. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of time.
It would be a worrying number, I think, in some ways. Although, if you ask me how much time I've spent on golf courses recently, that would also be a slightly worrying number. 1 more
4 hours a day?
Oh, I wish. Darren McCormack heads on to the final lap of the race. Meanwhile, Nico Nuninghoff has lost some ground to the top 2 in the Cup class. And so once more, we've been singing Nuninghoff's praises, but already from this first semi-final group, Lewis, there are multiple contenders starting to emerge.
Yeah, I mean, really, in the Cup category, if Nico Nuninghoff corrects his qualifying issues, then obviously he's a proper contender tomorrow. And then between these two, Cody Nikolakowski and Maximilian Den, who have both proven themselves as very worthy competitors, and they look like they might do battle here on the final lap of the race. We've already seen some excellent side-by-side between the pair of them. Are we going to get some more here? Surely there's going to be a look from Maximilian Den coming down into the hairpin.
Closest he's been in quite a while, and Cody runs out wide. Not quite close enough yet, and this is where that slipstream going to be important. Pop to the outside. That's the only place that Maximilian Den is allowed to go. Deep on the anchors, but not going to try. Instead, he's going to cut back underneath and get the run off the corner. Now into turn 7, they will almost be alongside. It's going to be a blast through the final sector into the stadium section. Remember, Cody took the lead with a bold move. It's time for Den to return the favor.
Looks to the outside of the Mercedes Arena section. Big hop onto the curb from Cody Nikolakowski into the final sector. Darren McCormack's going to cross the line and win. I'm almost not super interested in that. I want to see what's happening in the Cup category. Great win from McCormack. What's happening here? Oh, they've split apart, Arjuna.
Oh, so that the act of Maximilian Den trying around the outside at turn 8 cost him a couple of car lengths. And Lewis, as much as we didn't care about Darren McCormack at the front of the field, these two put on a show. It will be Cody Nicolai and Maximilian Den that will advance their way on forward. What a fight they have put on in these closing stages. Nico Nuninghoff drops off in the final couple of laps as well. But into the finals tomorrow, the battle is not done.
No, great drive. Very curious to see how they're going to get on tomorrow. Nico Nuninghoff, Maximilian Den, and Cody Nikolakowski, the trio there at the top of our group. will do battle again in 24 hours' time. One of them will come out on top, potentially. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be in semi-final 2 and who can potentially contend with them. But those three, I get the feeling they are going to be hard to beat.
We will let our results get totted up by our team behind the scenes, and only then will we confirm which of the drivers officially do move on forward. But Lewis, we will restart the cycle, head back to Spa and grab a new group of drivers and do it all over again.
Yes, indeed. Very excited. Once more, we get to do battle. Very curious to see what the GT3s are going to get up to in that, our pro category, see how our content creators get on. And of course, the cup battle, we'll see who's going to come out on top. Who's going to be our top contenders, our top 50% of each of the fields.
Here's a look at the race results. Again, remember, Dara McCormack, the only car on track for the GT3s at the end of the day. Cody, Maximilian, Tim were the top three as they get shuffled around as people leave the racing server. Lewis, now a couple of drivers have moved forward. They get to sit with us and watch the second group do it once again. We're plenty excited for the action that's going to hit the track, but we've already kind of seen a preview of what to expect. Hockenheimring maybe not the place where they're fighting every single lap, but there are opportunities for passing. Spa and of course Monza, plenty of side-by-side action.
To be fair though, I don't think some of the most exciting racing happened around here at Hockenheimring. So maybe we're going to see some more brutal fighting. Maybe we're going to see it at Spa, Monza and Hockenheimring again. I think Monza was most certainly the quietest of the three races, generally speaking. So yeah, maybe we've got to check our facts again.
Yeah, well, I think what ended up being influential at Monza as well was the fact that Beneke and Moritz Lohner didn't fight too much at the front. We had that one change of position. And then outside of Nico Nuningoff really charging his way forward, there wasn't any drivers with huge pace gaps to anyone in front or behind of them, right? So often at Monza, especially in sim racing where the margins are as tight as we often say, it leads to little action out on the track. I tell you what, I do think we've got a chance to catch up with at least a couple of the drivers. So I tell you what, Lewis, why don't we catch up with our race winner from that final race of 3?
Yeah, we've got Cody Nikolakowski in the comms booth. Cody, great drives in race 2 and 3. Obviously, I think there was a technical issue on your end or a technical issue in some kind in race number 1, but you made up for it. Great drives in race 2 and 3, and you were under pressure there, coming in with an excellent move in race 3. Talk us through that one came from, around the outside of the Sachs. That was mental.
Yeah, cheers, Lewis. Firstly, just a bit unfortunate. My game decided to not work, so missed out on race 1. But yeah, really happy with the results. And that fight against Maximilian in race 3, that was something else. I didn't even know that it was possible to make that sort of move. But I was like, okay, we've got a gap behind. May as well try it. And to make it stick as it did, that was wow. That's one of I would have never imagined that I could have done a move like that. So cheers to Max, for leaving the room. He had every right to the inside line. He could have, made it a lot more difficult than it had to be, but yeah. And after that, just trying to keep my gap to him. He was really piling on the pressure. He even made a couple of attempts, but some solid defending from my end, I think, was just enough to hold him off. But with a couple more laps, who knows? I think he may have gotten me back with maybe even a better move.
Now, we've had a few chats over the last few years in racing. Of course, you typically race over on RaceRoom, which making the jump over to RENNSPORT, similar to drivers like Moritz Lohner, who had made that jump before. What's it been like really competing here on RENNSPORT comparatively? How are you finding the sim? How are you finding your pace behind it? Because it seemed like pace was not a problem for you tonight.
Well, I think the jumping from RaceRoom to RENNSPORT, it's had its moments where I was kind of wondering if this is it. There was a championship held by AMG also prior to this, so that was a bit of a warm-up for what to expect, racing against some of the guys that are in the SL1, R1, Robbie Stapleford, it really forced me to put a lot of time and effort into understanding this sim. And yeah, I think there's a lot of potential in this game. Maybe there's a tweak here and there that needs to be done, but the racing that can be had on this platform, just wow. You can really go toe-to-toe with some very quick guys in no time at all. Great net code, and being able to send one down on the inside, make it through in one piece, just keeping it nice and tidy. That's the kind of racing that I'm looking for. So if I can do that on RENNSPORT, then, maybe this will become my main sim, but we'll see.
Last, I'll give you one quick question before we let you go and have a lovely evening. I mean, you've clearly shown some good pace there in race 2 and 3. Today's been about finding the top 50% and moving through into tomorrow's racing. Tomorrow it's about finding the number 1 in each of our category. What do you feel your chances are there? Because you seriously have some good speed here.
Well, as you can see, I'm kind of hot and bothered right now, a bit too sweaty. But that's just an indication of how much time and effort I'm putting into this. So, I'd really like to get a good result tomorrow. Fingers crossed. I think I might be able to aim for a top 3, but at the end of the day, you've got really fast guys. You've got Maximilian, you've got Nico, you've got other people there in the other split. You've got, fortunately, I don't think Oscar was racing with us today, but the pool of talent that we have here, at least at the very, very sharp end of the field, is intense. So I'm gonna have my work cut out for me. I'll do my best as always, but yeah, I'm not promising anything. I just hope I can get a good result.
Look, I believe in you. The win's in there. Cody, good luck tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Yeah. Cheers, Lewis. All the best.
There we go. Perfect. Cody Nikolakowski there, race winner in race 2 and 3 this evening. I mean, great to chat to, and definitely going to be one of our top competitors tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you could hear there as well that he is by no means, Lewis, taking anything for granted, which is always the right attitude in this sort of situation. He doesn't know what the second wave of drivers is going to bring in terms of competition, and while he showed plenty of speed, tomorrow could be a different day. Semi-final 2, we are hopefully getting ready to go into practice, qualifying, and the race at Spa-Francorchamps momentarily. In fact, right on cue, practice is out on track, you can tell, because there's multiple cars rolling around. That is David Sobrero, now racing as part of the Thibaut Courtois esports team, and hoping to see a 6-car grid from the R1 drivers. Dennis Schoeniger joins David Sobrero, Robbie Stapleford, Kevin Ellis Jr., Tumas Tatala, and Jack Keithley if the entry list is to be believed. Yes, you knew exactly where I was going.
Yeah, obviously very curious to see how TC Sports get on here. I think I've spoken about this in a few championships. Thibaut Courtois' esports team, TC Sports. Obviously, by the way, happy birthday to Javi. I think it was yesterday. Team boss over that side of things. I think they've had a great year. They really have had a great year coming out of their shell. We've obviously seen them a little bit before in sim racing. You've obviously commentated on them in Real Radicals as well. And yeah, they're a solid team, a fairly new one to the world of sim racing, relatively speaking. But this year they've started competing in some pretty high-level competitions, either here on RENNSPORT or out on iRacing and such across the board. They have shown themselves as a very capable team, and they've got a very capable rostrum of drivers which they've kind of plucked from various bits. Like you say, you've got your Jack Keithleys, your Danny Morenos and such. Like, they do have a good team.
Yes. You've been seeing their success in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. However, I'll temper that with saying that poor David Sobrero, we saw TC Esports in the IMSA Esports Global Championship as a wild card, and poor David racked up some track limit violations pretty quickly in their debut in the championship. So hoping that they don't find themselves running afoul of that here. Tumas Tatala, who of course has represented the Falcon Sim Racing, or Falcons. I should be very explicit with the pronunciation there because it's going to get confused with a certain tire manufacturer. Falcons Esports crew, although running a stealth black Porsche 911 GT3R here today.
Yeah, indeed. Curious, but then to be fair, in the first round,
Yes.
Max Penneker's livery didn't pop on, so it was only in the second round where we
Trying to
thought,
make no assumptions here, okay?
Yeah, literally, I'm like, he's in a Falcon shirt, so surely it's like we can't read anything too much into it. It's fine. That's all I'm knowing. Either way, he's battling around the circuit. Certainly a driver to keep an eye on this evening. We know the absolute speed that comes from the Finnish driver, so I'd suspect it's going to be one to keep an eye on this evening.
The absolute speed. That sounds like a quote from Lightning McQueen right there. Tumas has gone to the effort of making his bed. Although you can see in a straight line, the Porsche Cup car in front of him is fast enough into Blanchimont, although one taps the brakes, one does not. Two very similarly looking cars, although one makes its performance in a very different way to the other. Now, is Tumas going to be able to pass here on the run to turn one? Maybe. That Porsche Cup car is a rocket ship right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it's so thrilling to see these drivers once again out on the circuit. It's one of those ones where, like today, I think it's easier to look at it and pick three that will go through. It's not easy, but it's easier to look at this in the GT3 category and think, yeah, I think Kevin Owens Jr., Thomas Tattler, Dennis Schoeninger. Yeah, those would probably be the three that I'd lean to. Jack Keithley can definitely throw himself amongst that, as can Robbie Stableford. So basically, pick any of the six. You can pick three. Picking one tomorrow? That's impossible.
No,
It's absolutely impossible.
Are you going to make me pick one tomorrow? Am I going to make you pick someone tomorrow?
Yeah, probably. We'll do that. We'll cross that bridge tomorrow, though. It's fine.
Okay, we'll throw each other under the bus. Here's Robbie Stableford, who has been racing with BS Plus competition, but also in R1 competition for the ERA Esports crew. Remember, the Porsche with Gabriel Salomon not really showing the speed, because this, of course, is not the same BOP as would traditionally be used for R1 itself.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll get qualifying underway, and we'll know that obviously qualifying around here is not super duper important, but especially in the Cup category, I think it's relatively important. You've got to be up there somewhere in the top 5 or so. Then again, Nico Nuninghoff's pace over race 2 and 3, obviously that was at Monza and Hockenheimring in semi-final 1, kind of proved that maybe you don't have to qualify that well in the Cup category and you can still work your way through if you've got the speed. But here, though, we'll be able to see them put themselves into the circuit once more and back out onto the one flying lap they're going to get in this qualifying session.
It looks like Tumas Tattler has had technical issues, and so he will not get to take the start. Here comes Jack Keithley, though, another one of the TC Esports black and gold machines, as he heads out through turn 1, and our camera's frozen on the start-finish line. It is a great shot here at Spa. You see so much of the elevation no matter where you look around the track, and then plunge down the hill before you flick it left, turn the steering right, foot pinned to the floor. Jack Keithley makes his way onto the Camel Straight.
Yeah. Is it you've never been here, right? Have you?
No, unfortunately not yet.
No. I've been here once. Commentated on like 4 times, but I've been here once. First sector-wise, I can't remember what Maurice Lerner set in the first sector. I think it's around that, wasn't it?
It's about that, yes.
That first sector by 600 seconds. But this is one thing with this circuit we know more so than basically any other circuit because of how different each of the sectors are. The car makes a lot of a difference between the sectors, where you'll see someone will go like 2 tenths faster in sector 1, and then they lose all of that through the middle sector because the car's absolutely bullet in the straight line. Remember that happening with the Porsches in R1 this year.
And it is a lengthy middle sector 2, so we wait. It will take just shy of 60 seconds before Keithley gets another mark on the board in towards the pit path. Sometimes you'll clamber over that inside curb, but stay slightly away from it, uses then the curb on the entry and exit of the next part of that chicane, and this is really a crucial double right-hander. The first one to get some speed, second one to sweep it out on the climb up towards Blanchimont. If he was slightly beaten in the first sector, I think we're talking 0.08 of a second. Well, it's purple in the middle.
See if Jack Keithley can become one of our top competitors here this evening, can almost certainly contend for one of those top 3 places to move through into tomorrow's action, but going to go into it as top dog and take on Moritz Lerner tomorrow, take on Darren McCormack, take on Gabriel Salomon through the final chicane. A little bit of a slide there on the rear end for Jack Keithley, up towards the line, 2 minutes 17, 16.6. That's pretty pacey, if I remember correctly, based on the previous session. It's not good enough for pole, though. Yes,
already David Sobrero, his teammate, by 1/100th of a second, has been able to best him. Ellis Jr. is third, and then Stapleford and Schoninger make up the rest of the top 5. Now let's wait for the rest of the Cup cars to strike the line. Angermeyer and James West, these are 2 of our content creators, and Gamer Muscle, well, he's always found a way to make things interesting. Unfortunately, still trying to find a way to go fast.
Yep, the legendary North Korean driver there across the line. Not sure that'll be a particularly pacey lap across the board there for Gamer Muscle, but that's fine as the session comes to a close with Sobrero, surprise pole position there in the GT3 category. Whether you'll be able to take victory, I don't know, but that's quality. I said TC had been getting better, and you almost tried throwing it in my face, but now who's got egg on their face, Arjuna?
Nobody, because all I did was remind everybody that on Sunday, poor David Sobrero got a couple of track limit violations. And when I say a couple, got 2 drive-through penalties, if I remember correctly.
Damn.
Yeah, no, that's all I was saying. It's not to say he wasn't quick. He was one of those drivers we had on site at the Sim Racing Expo join us for the competition we had there, and might still get a chance for Tuomas Tattila to hit the track for the race. Don't count him out just yet, but look at the spread through the rest of the 5 times. 1.3 seconds. Dennis Schoninger just not hooking it up at all.
Obviously, we'll wait for the GT3, we won't see the Cup category, but either way, I'm sure it's once again very tight. I'm sure it's going to be exciting, and I'm sure our GT3s here are going to put on quite the show. We should have at least 5 out there on the circuit, which will be pretty interesting. I will say, one thing that I wasn't convinced of in the previous race, in the previous few races, was the pace of the Aston Martin. Obviously, we're running a different bot to R1. And that Aston Martin, I mean, look, Darren McCormack is one of, if not, he's certainly up there. He could be in the category of one of the fastest drivers on this platform in R1. And whether you're practiced or not, because you've driven these circuits so many times, I'm pretty sure you can jump in and set a pretty solid lap time relatively quickly. I'm not fully convinced that Aston Martin is as rapid as potentially the others. But I don't know for sure.
I think it's fair to say that McCormack punched slightly above the weight of that Aston Martin in the speed he was able to extract from it. Ellis Jr., he's going to... Well, really, his goal is just stay in front of Stapleford and Schoninger. He doesn't need to best Sobrero and Keithley if they're in the rapid Mercs. Really, just stay in front of the other 2, top 3 to advance to tomorrow's finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Just gathering through the traffic there for obviously just getting those final laps in here in the practice heading into the race. Obviously, traffic has not been a thing if you are just joining us here this evening. There is multi-class action. It is Cups and GT3s. GT3s being our R1 drivers, Cup being our RENNSPORT, basically our crossplay community drivers, and of course also featuring our content creators as well. As much as my class, that doesn't come into effect in the race. We only have 15-minute races, and I'm pretty sure even you, Arjuna, could survive a race without being lapped. George Morgan, however, I know he's not here, but it's much funny to take the mick out of someone who's not here than not. Remember I said about the time when me and him did laps in TCRs around here? Yes. Being watched over by Ben Spanky, who knows how to lap. He said that my lap was actually pretty good, which I was like, fantastic. I was only a second off it. And this is the point where he was WCCR esports champion, so I'll be taking that. George Morgan was 12 seconds slower than me. So I reckon I could lap him in a 15-minute race.
Someone clip it and send this to George, please.
I'll clip it and send it to George.
Commentator drama. That's a Twitter account that needs to exist somewhere, as the, once again, beautiful sunset here in the Ardennes bathed Spa-Francorchamps, and it's bathed currently black and gold, who will lead us to green in the GT3 class. I'm very excited to see this 992 class, though. It does look as though Kaya Ungemeyer is the faster of the two content creators, Lewis, and then we'll see who else in that Cup car can make their statement on the climb up to La Source. 7 laps of racing ready to go.
Indeed, we'll find our second group of drivers to move through into tomorrow's action over the next 3 races. The top half of each of our categories. 3 drivers from the GT3 category, 1 of our content creators in between James West and Kaya Ungemeyer, and then the rest will be made up from the Cup category themselves. The revs begin to rise as we get ready to go racing in semi-final 2. The first of 3 races will be racing in the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, then Monza, and then the Hockenheimring. It's an all TCE Sports front row. It's a better start, I think, from Jack Keithley on the outside of the front row. They're going to be side by side into the opening corner. Instantly a look down to the inside comes in from Dennis Schoeniger as he's trying to find his way past Kevin Ellis Jr. He's gone out a little bit wide on the source, but a big look to the inside coming in from Robbie Stableford, who'll drag himself side by side with Jack Keithley on the race down the hill. Right hand side of your screen, you've got the Cup category, where it is absolute chaos against the Silver Machine.
It is proper madness right now. There was at least one car speared off into the gravel on driver's left, exiting La Source, but teammates are going to squabble at the front and now help each other out as they reach the top of the track. Meanwhile, the Cup cars starting to 2x2 themselves out up to the braking zone of Lacombe, though. It is David Sobrero that holds on at the lead of the race.
Yeah, still a 1-2 for TCE Sports. Sobrero and Keithley side by side here in the middle of the Cup category, and seeing some great battling in that Cup category. Ungemeyer's dropped down behind Mantino, so down a 3rd position there. Comes a look to the inside. This is a bit further down in the category as we're seeing them battle their way down the hill. Fantastic racing between the pair of them.
This is great stuff, and going back to what we were hearing from Cody just at the end of semi-final 1, got to be given the room to have great racing, and that's what we are seeing right now. Lots of chopping and changing, though, as they continue to battle down through Pouhon, or as it's known in modern corner names, the double gauche, which literally translates to the double left. So yes, accurate corner name, although definitely not the right one.
Yeah, it's boring though, isn't it? Yeah, but then again, we actually all talk about this whole thing of like parabolica, but then that is just what the curve is. Potato, but it's fine. I think that was Carlos Fenolosa making the move and now getting to the head of this group. He was behind Jerry Paxton now, gets himself ahead of Lukashevich. So I think it is Fenolosa who is in 11th overall then, just ahead of this, but you can see a bit of a gap that has appeared ahead of this little group, and the issues might come in that there might not be too much that can be gained by closing in. I will say it's already a 1-second lead. It's from Sobrero to Stableford because, unfortunately, Jack Keithley has gone missing.
Oh, well, this really opens the door now. Kevin Ellis Jr. hasn't lost too much time in the Aston Martin that we were questioning the pace of. We saw Gabriel Salomon also struggling in one of the ERA Porsches in the first of the semi-final groups, and now sitting duck as they crest over the top of the hill because no draft in front of him to enjoy, and Ellis Jr. is going to follow Dennis Schoeniger to the outside, and now big smile from Robbie Stableford, because what can you do but smile when you get past like a sitting duck, and he drops into 4th.
He's clearly having a good chat. I'm sure he's got some team in his ears. I'm sure they're having a good bit of banter. Obviously, his teammate Gabriel Salomon has already confirmed himself as the top 3 driver, will progressing through into tomorrow's racing, courtesy of progression through from semi-final 1, as we ride on board with Jerry Pack still trying to get through, this time on Ali Zahir. Of course, sits in 9th position in the category, although it does seem as though Giannotta might be going for a move as well, but Jerry Pack sending it down the inside, going into Rivage. A lot of room being given. No chops and carvings up in this pack.
No, they're just about giving each other the room required, but this really is doing is checking them up from those in front, and those at the front are not really fighting side by side. Want to look to the inside, never really getting alongside though, and so a change of position as they begin the funnel down the hill to the lowest point on the track.
Yeah, indeed, we're getting to that point as there comes a look to the inside. Gianotto having a big send heading into Fania and Piff Paff, and gives a little bit of a Piff Paff as well to Jeremy Pack, who's sent off, sent packing, potentially say, as they work their way through the Fania flick right, flick left at Piff Paff.
Here's a look from above at the replay. Escorted off the track, able to rejoin without causing any drama. Meanwhile, Robbie Stableford lost some ground in fourth. Gabriel Solomon has just said in our Twitch chat the fact that he made it through is criminal.
Well, I mean, you just kept out of trouble. You didn't have any technical issues, so you know that's how it goes. You know, you just got to keep out of trouble. Oh, my goodness, this is not keeping out of trouble though. This is very not keeping out of trouble. That will be Gianotto, who was sent off into the barrier. But I've got to say, Zahir kind of couldn't really do much there, was kind of left out of trouble. We'll see this here. So Gianotto's trying to get to the outside, not really alongside here, but space is given, and then just completely tries to drive on the circuit and pays the price as well.
Tried to use the track limits from 2020's Spa 24 hours instead of the... Yeah, no, that's what happens when you try and play silly games, unfortunately. Kevin Ellis Jr. still tucked up behind Dennis Schoninger. They have not let David Cabrera run away. The BMW on the prowl right now. And remember, Moritz Lohner was flying in that BMW in semi-final group number 1.
Bit of a slide coming in as well from Dennis Schoninger. Lovely to see 4 different cars as well here in 4 positions. Of course, we've got a Mercedes leading a BMW, leading an Aston Martin, leading a Porsche as well in Stableford. So great to see that, and see how they actually can get through the entire race distance. Of course, and all that, the cars do use their tyres slightly differently. I distinctly remember this was back in R1 a long time ago. This is the first year we ran it, and the first, because we had 20-minute races in the opening 2 rounds that we did, which was at Spa and then at Hockenheimring. And I remember over the race distance, it was certain cars were slightly nicer and kinder on their tyres. The BMW was kinder on its tyres than, at that point, it was the Audi. But we still had 2 Audi R8s do battle for the race victory. That was Moritz Lohner and Yuri Toman. That did battle for the race victory on that. But then it's more about like overheating of the tyres. Who's going through the thermal cycle better? Who's overheating the tyres later on in the race? 15 minutes doesn't make too much of a difference, but there's still one thing to keep an eye on. That you know, some cars do play different games with that.
No, absolutely. And again, you mentioned it in semi-final 1. You are sliding the car at all times. It's balancing how much you're sliding it and heating up the tires. So even in 15-minute short races, it is possible to push the limit of the virtual rubber beyond its capability, and so very much be aware of that. Carlos Fenalosa is continuing to pick his way through the pack. He's trying to now get up into a podium position, although Mantino is proving to hold a relatively stern defense, not really being perturbed by the lines that Fenalosa is running. Puts the power down a bit too much though, and now drag race down to Eau Rouge.
Yeah, Fenalosa's got the speed, got the advantage, got a little bit of a squeeze as well as they work their way into Eau Rouge and Rally on Fenalosa, picking up that spot on Martino, who's now going to be getting all of the slipstream as they go up the Camel Straight up into Les Combes. But I get the feeling the advantage on speed going into Eau Rouge and Rally will be far too much for Fenalosa, and should be able to come. We hang on. It's a battle for our race lead as well. Angermeyer doing battle with Sporich, who I think might go the way of Kai Angermeyer.
Indeed, holding on for the time being. But this is allowing Fenalosa to begin to close as well, now that he's up to 3rd. And I have a feeling, Lewis, that we are in for a fight in these final 3 laps.
Oh, almost certainly so. There is going to be a little bit of fisticuffs here happening in the battle for 1st and 2nd, and the battle as well for 3rd and 4th behind. And hey, even in the battle for the race lead in the GT3 category, where David Sparrow, Dennis Schoninger and Kevin Ellis Jr. all remain fairly close, the gaps that you're seeing there on the tower on the left-hand side of your screen, those are intervals. That's the gap between Ewan, the car ahead. So Robbie Stableford is not 1.7 seconds off of the race lead. He's 1.7 seconds off of Kevin Owens Jr. Unlikely that he'll be able to participate in that battle for the race lead in the GT3 category unless something dramatic happens between that top three, which, let's be honest, in our years of commentating sim racing and motorsport, I don't rule it out.
No, can never rule it out at the end of the day. And this is a track where it looks like there's plenty of room for forgiveness, but there really is not. You make a mistake and you'll find yourself losing buckets of time if it's a big enough mistake. Now, obviously minor mistakes, you can just about get away with them anywhere unless it's a street circuit, but this is a track where some high-speed corners can definitely prove to be difficult. Fenellosa's within 1.5 seconds of the leader now, though, with 3 laps to try and fight his way to the front. Don't count him out. His main sim is definitely not here on RENNSPORT, but for someone who's raced this car so much on iRacing, he is slowly but surely getting up to speed. Fight for second is on.
No, this is the fight for the race lead. This is Dennis Schoeniger trying to find his way past David Sobrero. 1 second now back to the Aston Martin of Kevin Owens Jr. as Dennis Schoeniger. I told you, certainly one to keep an eye on. He's had some great speed this year as Dennis Schoeniger, who's I think in the online season of RENNSPORT R1, he was one of the most consistent drivers. Meanwhile, the battle for the race lead as well in the Cup category is also going to switch round as Angermeyer is going to lose out here.
Beautifully done there from Soprich to cross him up and get through. Allows Fenellosa to close. A couple of competitive years in the Porsche Esports Super Cup for Fenellosa. Recently announced as a Thibaut Courtois Esports driver as well. So maybe another one to watch in R1 competition moving forward. And he's now on to the back of Angermeyer and Soprich. Angermeyer has ended up holding on through all of that as well. Some great defensive driving.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been, it was really good between the two. Soprich was giving it a go and did get through into the race lead, although very briefly before Angermeyer was able to get through. And now Carlos Fenellosa, who's been working his way through the order piece by piece, is now in contention for race victory. And we've got 2 and a bit laps left to go. We're about to come to the close of the ante-penultimate lap. You knew I was going to say it. And we've got a 3-way fight for the lead in both GT3 and in Cup as well. Fantastically exciting here. Look, I'm not going to be biased or anything, but semi-final 2 so far is kicking off a lot better than semi-final 1.
Oh, absolutely, and driving standards have been pretty good as well. So, hoping that continues. Look at Sobrero cutting all the way to the wall early. He is starting to feel this pressure, and that's a problem. Because the more you look in the mirror, the more you start to react to everything that's happening behind you. Did Fenellosa make his way past into second? Yes, he has. And now just one more spot to grab the lead.
Slipstream being picked up. The Aston Martin doesn't seem to have the grunt to keep up with these two, but here comes Dennis Schoeniger straight into the race lead. Bit of a squeeze, bit of a bump, bit of contact as well between the top 2. A look to the outside as David Sobrero is going to try and keep Dennis Schoeniger at bay. More leaning between the 2 of them as they work their way through Malmedy. A fantastic display between Dennis Schoeniger and David Sobrero, and they are confident in the car contact they're having. They're leaning on each other as they work their way through the first and second sectors.
Problem was Sobrero was wrong-footed on the descent there, and the BMW sweeps through and hits the front. Bit of a wiggle from all 3 of them as they head through the left-hander up towards Pouon. Ellis Jr. might have to get the hurry on, because now that Sobrero has been passed, can Dennis Schoeniger turn the afterburners on and run away?
I'm not so sure. I get the feeling that this is the fight that's going to see us all the way to the checkered flag. We've got a lap and a bit left to go in this race. Dennis Schoeniger, I'm sure, will have the pressure of David Sobrero using that slipstream all the way through this final lap. I'm wondering if where some of the pace issues that are coming from in that Aston Martin might be on the pace, because I don't know how far off. I don't know how poor of an exit Kevin Owens Jr. got out of T1, but he was miles behind by the time they got into the Camel Straight.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that this time by as well, just on the run to the bus stop, because he is not really closing. Look how Sobrero is now within half a car length. Don't go for it yet, though, surely. You wait. He goes to the outside, doesn't quite commit. He's putting Schoeniger under that mental pressure, and 1 lap to go. It's 7 full kilometers and 3 contenders at the front. This is great.
Yes, indeed. Not too many corners, though, to deal with, and plenty of big straights for David Sobrero to find his way through. You were right on being patient in that final chicane. There was no need to go for it. We begin the 2-kilometre run from La Source all the way to Les Combes, dropping down this enormous descent. You can see Sobrero there trying not to get into the slipstream. Doesn't want to close going down into Eau Rouge. Wants to close coming out of Raidillon, and they are going to have a big drag race. Will Camilleri Jr. be a part of the fun?
A little bit too far behind. Meanwhile, the Cup class leaders going to battle on their final lap, and Ellis Jr., all that momentum, he shovels it to the inside. Aston Martin out of nowhere, but Ellis Jr., the wily veteran, does not commit under the brakes. Schoninger and Sobrero battle into the gravel, and Ellis Jr. with a shove to the back of the BMW.
Yeah, the shove, though, came because Dennis Schoninger was completely out of whack going through the exit of Les Combes, and was all over the place, allowing Camilleri Jr. to get through, but it is going to be David Sobrero who's going to be holding the top of the field. Can he keep Camilleri Jr. at bay all the way to the checkered flag, though? Can Carlos Fenolosa keep Angermeyer at bay as well? The two of those working their way up. Soprich is not involved in this fight anymore, as it's a 2-horse race between Angermeyer and Fenolosa in the Cup category.
Great drive from Fenolosa to get to the front, but Angermeyer is listed as a content creator on our entry list. He's proving that he's got the speed to mix it up with some of the top in all of sim racing, and so that is great to see. And I don't think Fenolosa will have it easy, Lewis. There are passing opportunities still back half of this lap in these Cup cars.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I'm trying to think of where the opportunities are coming for the Cup category, and you've got that run of the chicane. That's really it. This middle sector doesn't really have anything left to go in it. For our GT3s, though, for our top category, our R1 drivers, Sobrero, who's not taking part in R1, is driving for one of our R1 teams in TCE Sports, and he's driving that Mercedes all the way to the top step of the podium. A superb drive from Sobrero. Pole position, race victory here at Spa. Super stuff.
And not even a reaction. He knows he's still got some work to be done. Ellis Jr. and Dennis Schoninger close between them as pushed out into the grass. Meanwhile, that one primary opportunity, well, Angermeyer has not been able to get the exit he needs to try and take advantage. And a great drive from Carlos Fenolosa. He'll grab the win in the Cup class in the first race of semi-final Group 2.
Fenolosa into that final chicane. I don't know where Fenolosa started this race, but obviously had to work his way through the pack. And I thought, once he got to about 4th in the field, I thought that was going to be good enough. But Fenolosa found the speed, comes across the line to win. There's a bit more reaction, bit of a fist bump there from Carlos Fenolosa. Angermeyer in 2nd position to obviously, well, more importantly, take a comfortable lead in the category of content creators as everyone bins it hard into the barrier on the exit of the first corner. Love
Tell you what, when you have to drive through the field like that, Lewis, you have to react a little bit more, because guess what? You've had to work a bit harder. So great to see Fenolosa enjoying that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was, again, brilliant from Fenolosa, and proving that maybe our points of qualifying well aren't quite as important, and picked his way through the field brilliantly. Just very surprising to see the moves coming in that frequently from Carlos Fenolosa, someone who we've said before, not exactly the most experienced on this platform, but clearly showing that doesn't really matter. Clearly he's just good in the car.
I'm guessing now that he's left Drago Racing, joined up with Thibaut Courtois Esports, that he will likely be picking this platform up a little bit more moving forward. And from Spa, we head once more back to the Temple of Speed, a race where maybe you didn't see the most exciting of the races in semi-final 1, but Lewis, based on the evidence of the first race in semi-final Group 2, I think we'll be in for a barn burner of a race.
I think we're in for an exciting one. I mean, the Spa race there was pretty exciting. To have a 3-way fight in both of our categories for the race lead is always a bit of a thrill fest, and I get the feeling that if that's the case that we've got here at Spa, surely that's going to continue at Monza, and then maybe the Hockenheim race in semi-final 1 was maybe not doing the circuit just, because Code Nikolakowski putting on some brilliant moves, and we had a really actually quite an exciting race there across the board. I'm not necessarily sure that's what we should be going into it expecting, because if you do, you might get a little bit disappointed. Maybe not too much will happen there. I get the feeling Monza, though, we're going to have an exciting race.
Yes, I'm hoping so, at least, given that maybe did disappoint a little bit in the first RLR semi-final groups. Again, we have the finals coming up tomorrow at 6 p.m. CET here on the RENNSPORT Twitch and YouTube channels, live on RaceSpotTV as well. So join myself and Lewis for all of that. 3 more races to come, and I'm not exactly sure which tracks we're racing at, but these 3 would not be the worst in the world at the end of the day, Lewis. I know a lot of the R1 drivers have raced here plenty, but they all put on pretty good racing most of the time.
I think it is the same tracks in same order. So I think it is Spa, Monza, Hockenheim in tomorrow's racing as well. So we'll just see the same 3 circuits, but of course the addition of both semi-final 1 and semi-final 2 put together with our drivers making it into the finals. We still need to work out who those drivers are going to be, and even then, with Sobrero putting in that kind of pace in GT3, is he going to be able to challenge Moritz Lerner, who, respectfully, of the Mouse drivers this season, at least this year in R1, there was a point in the online season where I think I was looking at it statistically, Dennis Schoeniger was the top driver on statistics, and then it was Max Benneker, and then it was Moritz Lerner. So the fact that Dennis Schoeniger, who statistically was potentially the top driver, or one of the top drivers in that team, was able to keep Sobrero under pressure all the way through that race, and Moritz Lerner won the previous 2 of the 3 races in semi-final 1. Maybe Sobrero's got some really good speed here. We might see TC Esports on top tomorrow.
We saw David Sobrero in our Sim Racing Expo competition, decent speed there. Moritz was quick too, and I think it's fair to say Moritz has not had an easy year, but some good running in the Mercedes AMG Virtual Championship, which I believe Cody mentioned in his interview slightly earlier on. I think that's probably helped Moritz mentally regroup and pick himself back up slightly as well. That is something that, of course, in the sim racing world, esports world in general, mental strength and being able to ride the waves that often come in your performance are so important. Just waiting for the word on when the practice session will go up and these drivers get a chance to dive in. Lewis, they're all racing on a fixed setup, though. That means that no chance to dial the car into their own driving. Instead, dial their driving into the car.
Yeah, and that actually might be quite difficult for some of our R1 drivers, where you've got used to how a car drives in the obviously the R1 Championship, where they're all driving in a certain way and they're all balanced amongst themselves there. You come into this and the car is a fair amount slower. I think around Monza it was second and a half slower around Monza, for example, than what they were running in R1. Now, quite a lot of that will come from setup. Now, what that'll do is for some drivers, the cars might work better for them in R1 and not so good for them here, or vice versa. And you could sit there and go, well, why don't they just switch cars? They're not allowed, if they're a part of a team, for example, Darren McCormack being a part of Virtus Pro, Kevin Jr. also being part of Virtus Pro, they're Virtus Pro drivers. They've driven Virtus Pro in R1. They have to drive the Virtus Pro car here, and the Virtus Pro car is the Aston Martin. So regardless, they don't have a choice.
Yes, and that's why we are wondering if we do see Thomas Tassler, will it be with the Falcons look on his Porsche 911 in a few moments' time when we get underway. One more race after Monza, of course. We'll head back to Hockenheimring and we'll settle which drivers move forward to tomorrow's final. And then after that, we will continue to be able to talk about tomorrow and the finals itself. Mentioned it briefly before, but Lewis and myself will be back here on Saturday in the world of RENNSPORT for the VCO Esports Racing League. 24 sim racing teams as we try and find the top 4, Lewis. They've competed on 4 sim racing platforms. RENNSPORT, the final one of the regular season. Yeah, absolutely. I'm terrified, if I'm perfectly honest, but excited to see how that one's going to unfold. Especially, let's just all get the votes in. Let's just all go to Orchard Road. Let's just do it. I thought you were about to say, let's try and write someone else in.
No, let's just double down and have a big crash fest. No, it'll most likely be Red Atlanta, but that's fine. It's a cracking track, one of the best in the world, and that's one that Arjuna can tell me all night. Oh, have you been here? No,
Oh,
you've not,
have you been there?
No, I've not. No, I weirdly enough haven't. I've never been to America because I've heard that you're there and I want to avoid you.
Yeah, no, to be fair, the only thing good about the US, I think, apart from me being here, is golf. We've got some great golf courses, although you do too. Great golf everywhere you go.
Don't disrespect.
Well, Road Atlanta, the reason I was talking about golf is Peter Mackay and myself, we played the first ever Hugo Luis Cup the day after Petit Le Mans this year. Went down to the wire to the 17th hole. I must have nailed about a 20-foot putt for birdie to win. But we'll have to get you involved as well, Lewis. We'll make it
the Hugo Luis Cup.
That's what we've called it. We're open to new suggestions and whatnot. But yes.
Are there quite a few toilet breaks in this round or something? What's the reason for the Hugo Luis name?
No, just lots of drinking.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Right, straight to the point. No, I respect that.
Hey, gotta enjoy yourself. Whoever can stand up at the end's the loser.
Do you know what? That's fair. Normally, I'm dialed in, so I don't mix. I'm very focused on scoring my 90+ round of golf. Don't say it. We all know that you broke 80 recently. All right, calm down.
That's not what I was about to say, for the record. What I was about to say is that's how I beat Peter. That was my strategy. Make sure he couldn't stand by the end of the round. And then after that, we went and had some fun at the IMSA Awards. The server has been started, I have been told, so enough of golf talk. I think the team at RENNSPORT heard me and Lewis going off the rails a little bit and said, you know what, let's get them back on track and focus on the action, which will take us to the Temple of Speed, where qualifying, Lewis, is important, especially in that Cup class. I think this is one where if Carlos Fenolosa doesn't qualify that well, it will be tougher for him to claw his way to the lead.
Yeah, I've got to agree. It's one that you can make moves. We saw that a little bit with Nico Nuninghoff. The problem that happens, especially in the Cup category, is generally speaking around here, the pack splits apart, and it can be quite difficult late in the race. If you've qualified poorly, you can make your way up to 5th, 4th, 3rd, whatever. But by the time you've got there, the top 2 or so have checked away into the distance, and it can be very difficult to bridge those gaps, and that's where the difficulty comes from.
So the practice session is getting underway. The drivers rolling themselves out and finding their marks. And again, this is the only time that the GT3 cars have got to pick their way through the Porsche Cup cars, which for poor Kevin Ellis Jr. in a straight line, Cup cars having less downforce, they are a rocket ship, and he finds himself stuck. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, so the Cup cars are pretty rapid in a straight line. The GT3s make their time in the corners, and an exit like that will certainly assist. I think I was a little, make a wild stab in the dark here. I think I was a little bit late on the brakes. They're going into the opening chicane, but yeah, it's all right. It's fine. It's better to get a bit sendy in practice and overdo it than in qualifying or, of course, the race. Thankfully, we're Sans Moritz learner, so we won't have that. We shouldn't have that too much in this one. He's already qualified his way through.
Yes, as much as the wrecking ball might prove an interesting complexion to the race start if it was to take place again. Now, it's not an unusual sight, even in the real world, Lewis, to see someone put 2 wheels in the grass, suddenly be out of control, and chain reaction sets off from there.
Look, it's fine. Do you think Moritz Lerner, by the way, was a big fan of Liuzzi? I think I already made that joke before, but it's fine.
Did we?
Well, I mean, Liuzzi was the one who had the big 2011 whopper into T1.
Oh, that's true. There's so many crashes at Turn 1 over the years. One actually that stands out in my mind that wasn't actually a multi-car incident was, maybe you'll remember this one, Marcus Ericsson, DRS flap stuck open.
Oh, yeah, that was a whopper. I can't remember if we had what we had in GP2. I don't think we had anything major, thankfully. Everyone was driving quite wisely that weekend. This is a circuit I've been to twice, and with Peter Mackay, we didn't play golf.
What was your rental car's name? Brian the Panda?
Brian. It was a brown Fiat Panda, and yes, its name was Brian. That was coined by Paul Smith, I'm pretty sure. He was the one who gave it the Brian name, and Peter ran with it. He loved it.
Oh, you give Peter a Fiat Panda, and he will be a happy bunny.
He was dragging it as well. Oh no, sorry, to the rental company. He was driving it very smartly and wisely, with no issues whatsoever.
Big statute of limitations at this point. It's fine. It's fine. That car's broken down. I hope Hertz doesn't hear about it, or whoever. It's a big field, by the way, that we have in the second semi-final. We ended up missing a couple of the semi-final R1 drivers, specifically in the GT3 class as well. It looks like almost 20 or so cars out on track across of the two classes that we have been watching. Here is Kevin Ellis Jr. in that. It's an Aston Martin that reminds me a lot of a TCR car that races in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. And the word that is used to describe it by John Heindorf is distressed. Now this is more shark-like than distressed, so it looks more aggressive than anything. Don't tell AO Racing though.
I've said it when it came onto the scene. I rate this livery. I think it's cracking.
Oh, it's great.
It's one of those ones of like, I'm not normally a fan of just like white cars, because I'm always like, well, they're a bit bland. The closer you look, there's so much detail on the livery. And also the other thing is that, especially here in sim racing, we don't typically get white cars, and we don't typically get lighter cars. Like, not too many coloured combinations start as a lighter tone. Normally, perfect example here, darker, blacks, golds.
Yes.
Black. The golds bring out the highlights. The blue also, but the charcoal grey, the black, more of the primary colour. And if you go and look at a lot of sim racing teams, whether it's even the Porsches that race on here, that of course we saw a little bit earlier on in the evening, black is the primary colour, and then it's a fair amount of white. They're pretty 50-50 on that one. There's quite a lot of darker cars though, and I like the fact that we get some lighter ones in like Virtus Pro and such.
Well, I guess the dark theme is not too dissimilar to what the trend is in the World Endurance Championship, which is black and red. That's for a while. That's what it seemed like almost every team was going with. So you're right. It's nice to have some extra colors, and you know what my liveries used to look like. I love the colors, all of them, literally.
Yeah. You know me, I like Dayglow yellow, like Valentino Rossi yellow as like my driver highlight colour. So no matter how dark or light or whatever the car is, it has to have like a good strip of Dayglow yellow, Valentino, or something in that kind of vein. Bright, whatever it was. I need that on my car.
Gonna make me sad. Announced today that Valentino Rossi does not return to the 2026 World Endurance Championship as part of Team WRT's two-pronged BMW assault on the championship. Now, I was waiting for David Sobrero to go off and away, so it does look as though we do have the RENNSPORT style of Super Pole qualifying. One by one, they get sent off and away, and David Sobrero will not be the first to roll.
I think it is still as it was. No, I think it's still that everyone's out there on circuit. You just don't have timing to. I'm pretty sure everyone's out on circuit at the same time.
I think they're still staggered. That's what I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong there. Here comes Sobrero to start the lap.
No, they always start. They were all starting their qualifying sessions in the previous one from the back straight, the way that we've just seen it. But I think they're all out on circuit at the same time. So where we're seeing David Sobrero here, Kevin Ellis Jr., Robbie Stableford, Dennis Schoeniger, and Thomas Tatler will all be around at the same point in the circuit. We'll say that was a horrendous exit from T1, and I'm not going to be too surprised if this ends up not on pole.
Is that already him bailing, I think, kind of? Definitely did not look like a full charge down out through Curva Grande. It should not take you 40 seconds, I think, to finish this opening sector, so Sobrero might be done. I think they are doing the Super Pole qualifying style, being released one by one, because here comes James West, who, well, struggled for time in the first of the qualifying sessions. He's got his time traveler goggles on as he searches for that time out on track.
Yeah, indeed. Can he not drive with them down?
Too powerful.
Yeah. He's really well. He might be able to set a good time then. into the first, at the end of the first sector, he goes through the Roger chicane. A little bit late on getting onto the power there as they head down into Lesmo 1. A little bit too early on turn-in. A couple of stabs to throttle as well. God, I'm really critiquing this lap. For a fat commentator, I'm giving it a good go.
That was better through Lesmo 2, though, to be fair. Just one smooth turn-in as he heads up towards the Scari. Was only about 8/10 off in that first sector, so a little bit closer already compared to in the first of the qualifying sessions. Kevin Ellis Jr. punches in a 1:47.564. That's a good 4 seconds quicker than Stableford and Sobrero, both of whom seemingly with slowdowns. Shonago goes quicker though, and we're talking 0.04 of a second.
Yeah, great lap time there from Devin Shonago. Devin Sobrero, unsurprisingly, not grabbing the pole there after issues at T1. We'll join Gamer Muscle into the final corner here at the Parabolica. Comes down there. But I will say, as much as I've critiqued and the throttle and the steering and this and the other, has at least hit the apexes that we've been pretty much on board with. So, well, it's the most important bit. If you're trying to get fast in sim racing, focus on hitting the apexes first. The rest of it will come with time. For James West, though, time's not great. We won't talk about it too much. It's about 3 seconds off.
It's always a hard thing, Lewis. You want to focus on the times of the fastest drivers, but you build there. You don't get there on day one, just like you don't break 80 on day one, but over years and years, eventually one day you might get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, there'll be certain bits. If you ever get coaching from anyone, and there's a lot of big esports drivers you can get coaching from, which is always helpful. There's plenty of others. There's lots of people that will give you coaching in sim racing. Generally, the first tip is hit all of the apexes. That is number one.
And that's why I'm not a pro sim racer, as Dennis Shonager by those missed a lot 400s and then 4,000s as well. Grabs pole over Ellis Jr. Tumas Tatler hopefully has got the issues resolved. Robbie Stableford and David Sobrero round out the field. Looks like Jack Keithley's missing. Here's the 992s, Lewis.
Indeed, so it's Angermeyer on top ahead of Shugo. Of course, Ali Zahir, who we saw have a little bit of contact going through the final chicane in the previous race. Not really his fault, don't worry about it. Then we've got Soprich, who was involved in the battle early on for the race lead in the previous race. Martino, then it's Paque there, of course, Jeremy Pack, Ventura, Giannotta, who was the one who was spun around into the barrier, Lukasevich, James West, of course, there in 12th position, Gamer Muscle, we've got Brendler, we've got Mafra, and once again, from the back of the field, it's our race winner from Spa. It's Carlos Fenalosa, who clearly is showing that, actually, we'll give it a bit of an overtaking masterclass around here. Why not? We're in practice at the moment, don't worry, we're not in the middle of racing. And you can see the livery has popped back into life for Tumas Tatler.
So the tabloids can stop the printing presses and avoid any speculation. We were meant to have Jakub Maciejewski as well, but unfortunately he may not be joining us now that we're in the second race of the 3. But yes, that white and green, that is the Falcon. I'll make sure I don't confuse myself with the pronunciation. Falcon's number 77 of Tumas Tatler.
Indeed. So is Jack Keithley not in it, or did he just not qualify? Because he is.
Oh no, he is back there.
Yeah, I was going to say, he is in the session. There was hope that he can actually make it into the race, and we'll see how he can do battle. Because, of course, we're, to be fair, with how the previous race unfolded, we're a little bit more up in the air as to who the drivers are going to be. The top 3 drivers in the GT3 category that might be moving through.
There is Keithley joining the track, by the way, so that's a good sign.
So some good racing as well between this little pack as they work their way through traffic. Bit more bump drafting and probably having a little bit of fun with it. I used to go out with a few mates in practice, the final practice before qualifying in various events. We were not nice. One I distinctly remember, there was me, 3 other mates. We were driving around Hockenheimring in basically Formula 3 cars. Hungary, Formula 3 cars. And we went 4 wide around the whole circuit.
Now, how fast did you go around the whole circuit?
Oh, not quickly.
Yes.
This was about an hour before qualifying started, so it wasn't too heinous of a climb, but needless to say, some people weren't so much fans of this. We thought it was hilarious. I'm pretty sure Eric Strana of head of esports in the FIA I'm pretty sure he was one of those drivers as well that was driving around with us. And I'm pretty sure I got a photograph of it. So we'll see if we can get him sacked in the morning.
The fun that you can have in the sim world, right?
Absolutely. I mean, look, we all had a good time. We've all been friends since, right? Well, actually, I don't know. Definitely want to be classified like that with Eric, but it's fine. He's an important man in the world of sim racing, just behind the scenes.
And on that note, let's focus up on the empty grid stall where Tumas Tatala was meant to be. So now we do see a Jack Keithley. We don't see a Falcon Porsche. So 15 minutes of racing works out to about 10 laps. And it's Dennis Schoeniger in the BMW for Maus. The Mercedes for Virtus Pro of Ellis Jr. alongside. And then behind on row 2 by himself, it's Stableford with Sobrero and Keithley. Then the TC teammates, the final cars in the GT3 field. Keep an eye out for Kaya, Angermeyer, and Enrico as they get ready to launch the cars off into turn 1. One by one, those lights will come up, and as the drivers watch them go out, we're racing once again in the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay Event. A good start from pole. Ellis Jr. vulnerable though is hit check instantly from Robbie Stableford. That's aggression as he tries to squeeze Ellis Jr. into the braking zone. Angermeyer under pressure behind, so the cup cars trickle through as well. One car clambers over the curb. Around goes Keithley. Angermeyer doesn't hold on to the lead, I think. Instead, Browninger is going to sweep on through.
Yeah, there's a little bit of contact onto the rear end. Jack Keithley trying to get past, or trying to get with his teammate Sobrero. And you'll see it here. Sobrero was just down the inside a touch there. Oh no, he did get tapped, unfortunately, by the leader of the Cup category, which at that point would have been Browninger. This is a little bit fighty though. And Sobrero's been fired off into the barrier on a little bit of the run down into, or rather out of the Roger, or the run down into Lesmo 1. This has been big chops and changes in this GT3 category. We'll see it again on board with Sobrero. Wasn't that bad, which is tough.
Yeah, that looks kind of like a racing incident, unfortunately. Can't always get the room. And so up towards Ascari, Sobrero, some work to do. Stableford, through all of this, is up to second. Angermeyer still holds on to the lead. I'm keeping an eye on the left side of the screen, trying to pick up where a certain Carlos Fenalosa is. Has he been able to pick his way through the pieces and start to work his way towards the top 10?
Other than that, behind all this, some bigger groups appearing in the GT3 category. Race lead remains pretty tight between Schoeniger and Stableford, but for Kevin S. Jr. and David Sobrero, some big gaps for me. You can see there is a small gap there appearing for Jack Keithley. That is because he is close to a lot of cars. Unfortunately, none of them are in the own category. Of course, he's got to work his way through. You can see him in the background there, about 5 or 6 cars behind. He's going to try and find his way past. The problem is, though, these cup cars are pretty handy in a straight line, and so he's not maybe going to find the move down into the opening corner as he tries to pick off a couple.
And would you really want to send it on the inside? High speed, high commitment with no ABS? Well, Jack Keithley, I think, has been tangled up in some more drama and then more contact as off the corner. The cup car that got tangled up loses some more ground through all of this. Here's the look at the replay from up above.
Yeah, so on the brakes fairly late. Is he too late? A little bit aggressive there from Keithley, trying to make up the progress. I'm sure that might have been his normal braking point, but around the cup cars that don't have as good brakes, you're always going to end up being side by side to some description in the in that opening chicane, and it was an opening hustle there, unfortunately, for Jack Keithley, who's got to do the work again. Once he gets to the head of this field, it'll be a lot easier, but he is going to have a very boring run to the checkered flag, and hoping there's some dramas up ahead, and then he can make hay at the final race of the evening. Of course, we go back to the Hockenheimring after this.
What an interesting complexion that race is turning out to have. If things stay as they are, Kaya Angermeyer still leads the combined creator and community Porsche Cup class as they cycle out of Ascari on the run down towards the final corner. Keithley on the fight back once again, picks his way through one, and now continued swarm of silver and blue in front of him. The problem here really is, Lewis, because those Cup cars are such monsters in a straight line, he feels the need to go uber aggressive on the brakes. Well, that's what caused the contact into turn 1 last time by.
Yeah, exactly. He can be a little bit more patient at T1 though, because he'll get a better drive, generally speaking, off of the opening chicane, which should then give him a little bit of a move into the Rogier, where he should be faster than the Rogier, the Lesmos, then the run down into Mascari. It's just this part of the circuit in the start-finish straight where you've got to be a little bit more patient. He remains behind as Jack Keithley. He's got 3 cars. They're all picking up slipstream off each other, 4 cars picking up slipstream off each other up ahead, which also makes it even more difficult. It's going to be a frustrating time for Jack Keithley, I'm sure, but just needs to keep his chin up and keep his eyes on the prize. Obviously, he's 5th in the GT3 category, and that'll be the important bit that he'll be taking into the next round, but really he does need a little bit of drama up ahead of him.
Well, having missed the first race, I think effectively he is done. Can't really think of a scenario in which he fights forward, unless, like you say, there is true catastrophe in front of him, which, given how the night's gone, you can't really count that out by any means. What I do like, though, is he's sticking in it and persevering to the end. Not often that you see that in sim racing, when it's very easy to reach across to the keyboard and yeet that Alt F4 button. It's a very easy mindset to find yourself slipping into.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, some drivers, the Alt F4 is their default reaction, which I'm just going to say I don't buy. That's going back to some controversy earlier on in the year, so we're not going to go into that, but I just don't buy that being an instinctive reaction. But here, yeah, I can understand why Jack Keighley might have pulled to one side, but you can't do that. You've got to keep your eye on the race. Here he goes for a little bit of an up and under to try and clear a couple of these Cup cars that will now pick up the slipstream. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to bat him down in the first corner. So he's got to get defensive here and maybe be a bit brave on the brakes.
Yeah, and this is where you'll see that commitment. And I don't blame him in this circumstance as well, because they are fighting for overall position right now, as much as the Porsche Cup cars might not like it. Problem is, he can't go ultra deep, even with the ABS on his side. And so now as they head up through Curva Grande, he's back on the inside of 1. He won't get that other one until they get in towards Lesmo 1, so he's going to have to be patient here, and this is frustrating, to say the least. Not ideal. It does seem as though on the timing, though, Ellis Jr. has had a slip-up. He's not far up the road, though.
Yeah, well, again, the 4/10 is not to... Oh, it's a crash in the background, nice one. The 4/10 is not Keithley to Kevin Ellis Jr., that actually is Keithley to the next car, as he skips his way past Sarah once again. You can see that gap now jumps to 2.5 seconds up to the next Cup car. So definitely he's not in contention of anything, but the fact that Kevin Ellis Jr. has had a slip-up, the likelihood is there might be another slip-up in the near future, at which point he could maybe find up an extra position or so, which would just help, and then go out and win the final race of the evening, and maybe that'll be enough for him to be in the top 3 of the category. I don't know, probably not.
That caught me out again. Here's a look at the replay up to the Rogier, where behind Jack Keighley saw the big lunge, and they both end up spinning into the inside of that corner, and then, well, it's not easy to get out of there by any means.
Certainly not when someone's driving into the rear end of you. That'll make things a little bit harder to get out with solid pace, but I can understand some frustration in there. But got to keep your chin up and be wise and not drive into the car that's just spun you around. And it is what it is. Things have turned a little bit, as they did kind of in the previous time of race around Monza. It's really kind of calmed down, and not really that much is going on.
It's become a bit boring once again, some would say. Then a Schoneger, a comfortable margin at the front. Not even halfway through this one, but it's as much as it has calmed down, Lewis. We should be fair. There has been plenty of action in this race, although not of the variety that maybe Jack Keighley was expecting.
There has been, but everything's kind of, for the not everything, quite a lot of things have settled, relatively speaking, past that point. One thing that we do have a bit of a fight, obviously we've got here with Al Zahir and Andre Sauer for 4th position in the category. Soprich is in a little bit of no man's land, but only 1.2 seconds off of Enrico Braniger in the battle for the race lead. That's the bit that I want to talk about. It's quite close in the lead of the Cup category. This is what happened to Kevin Lewis Jr. slamming the curb, going through the exit of Ascari, slamming the barrier, getting back on the circuit behind David Sobrero, who now goes up into third place.
Well, uncharacteristic mistake for someone at the level of an Ellis Jr., but even the best make mistakes with limited practice. Meanwhile, the fight for fourth position has dropped back considerably from Oscar Soprich. Now, that was partly, I think, because Jack Keithley made his way through on this little group, but ultimately what it is doing is compressing the top three as we'll cross the line and have 4 laps left to go.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. It will actually be 5 at the line because obviously our race leaders crossed it a little while ago in Dennis Schillinger in our top category. As here comes the move for the race lead in the Cup category. You can see Jack Keithley's closing his way into it, so his gap for the next car is about to grow enormously once he's cleared his way through. But still, Angermeyer is able to keep Brodiger at bay. Stoprich now has a Jack Keithley to fend off, and you know what? It's not worth it, mate. Just let him go, let him get on with it. That's what I do right now. He's going to be faster through this part of the circuit anyway.
Yes. Meanwhile, for the lead, as Keithley gets aggressive, forces his way through. Brodiger gets a great exit from the Roger, and Angermeyer does not have a defense to offer. He will send it around the outside of Lesmo 1, and on the inside curb, second spins around.
Yeah, Brodiger going for the spin, unfortunately. Touch of, I'm sure we'll see it on replay once again, but a frustrating one for Brodiger, who was battling there for the race lead, and unfortunately it unfolded hugely dramatically. Just turned a little bit too early, smacked the barrier on the inside.
Yeah, and then really awkward wait for the field to stream through before he could pick up the pieces. Here comes Keithley, and much like you were saying before, Angermeyer does not need to defend this one too hard and can let the black and gold slip through on the main straight relatively simply with what is now 4 laps to go. And just look at the difference in mid-corner speed between the two of them. Downforce on offer for the GT3, straight line speed with the downforce taken away for the Cup car, and this is where it's going to start to roar around the outside.
Yeah, but if I'm Angermeyer right now, I'm actually just not going to fight Keithley here, and no, mine's going to find his way back past. But I would just let Keithley go. Again, he's not in your fight. You've got 2.5 seconds back to Soprich, and that's the important gap. That's the one that really matters there, and we'll take a look a little bit further up the order. David Sobrero is closing in here on Robbie Stableford, so there might be a battle up for second position. Still yet to be decided here, and that would be a cracking start to the evening for David Sobrero with the first place and the second. Would almost be guaranteed as being one of our top 3 drivers in the GT3 category to move through into tomorrow's racing.
Stableford doing all he really can. Gabriel Salomon just about slipped into tomorrow's finals in this Porsche, but not running the same balance of performance that we see in the traditional R1 competitions. It seems as though the strengths of the Porsche may be slightly muted here in this particular event, and so Stableford continues to look over his shoulder, not just in the rearview mirrors, but of course all these GT3 cars, rearview cameras as well, and so much technology. Meanwhile, Ali Zahair tries to hold on, covers the middle of the track through Ascari, and just about keeps it on the tarmac.
Yeah, I mean, you say just about, that was on the limit, and potentially is going to lose a position to Lukashevich, who's got straight down the inside on this run down the back stretch, and so here I think it's going to lose out to Max Lukashevich down the inside, up to 4th position in class. Does seem as though Andre Sora probably a little bit too far ahead in 3rd position, so it doesn't look like this is going to turn into a podium fight with 3 laps left to go. The battle for 4th is definitely on. 9th overall, 4th in class, and some handy points to go with as Zahir is fighting once again back on Lukashevich, and to the outside into the opening chicane. He's going to go for it and find a way through quite easily, actually. So Lukashevich pretty happy to sit there behind, maybe thinking, I could do that on the last lap, it's fine.
I mean, that is the game often at Monza, right? Don't make him move too early and wait for the closing stages. Meanwhile, after being shuffled down through the running order, challenging for the lead, Browninger has slipped backwards quite considerably, and so he didn't do anything wrong, Lewis, just got pinched slightly and slightly wrong-footed, and that's how racing goes sometimes, and that's the risk versus reward, and why sometimes you want to wait till the final lap.
Well, yeah, it's why you'll see some of the high-level esports drivers wait until the very last minute. I mean, think of it this way, if you're going for some risky moves early on in the race, if it backfires and you get sent down the road, you're going to lose maybe 3 or 4 positions. Or maybe even worse, you're going to go the same route as like Jack Keithley, being sent down the order and then having to work your way through the cup category. Meanwhile, if you wait until the last couple of laps and you go for it, yes, you've not got the time to close your way back into it, but you do have the time to you're probably not going to lose as much by doing it, because even if you have the exact same instant, because of the gaps behind you, you may not even lose a position, courtesy some of the gaps later on in the race that they're unfolding. That's why you see a lot of esports drivers wait until late in the race when some of the gaps have grown. Some will get aggressive and just do it right from lap number 1, but a lot of sim races these days, I've noticed, do play a bit of a longer game.
Mental patience starting to become more and more important as Robbie Stableford uses the curbs at the second chicane. David Sobrero has closed the gap. A lap and a half or so to find a way through. Stableford trying to minimize the mistakes. Engine sits over the rear of the car, squats down nicely as they head out of Lesmo 2, but not really pulling an advantage, and now draft on the side of Mercedes. That V8 engine closes, and for a second I thought David was going to go for it, but not close enough into Ascari, and maybe close enough onto the final lap of the race.
Yeah, I think there's going to be something coming in here for Sobrero. We saw a great drive back in the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, closing up once again onto the rear. This is in the Cup category. Ginotta having a bit of a contact there, unfortunately, and someone else losing out. This is been Pate that lost out in all of that. I think it was a touch of contact between the pair of them, but it's further down. It's not even inside the top 10, so it'll be fine. Let's see if Sobrero goes through now. Bit of updrafting. Not sure he's wanting to go for it.
I mean, you've got chances into Ascari, into the final corner. It's probably a bit early to make your move into the first chicane. You can see him release that pressure slightly. Now does Stableford wind it down in time? Just about parks it on the left-hand apex and gets the drive off the corner nicely.
I thought it was so deep. I thought it was gone. But again, the braking potential of these cars is pretty high, and the ABS does help. But that was a little bit sketchy. Sobrero is clearly confident that he could do something either on the run down into the Parabolica, or maybe even the run into Ascari. Those are the 2 places left to go for moves, really, from this point in the circuit, and it's going to force a mistake out of Stableford. Or he could go no risk at all. Sit there, take 3rd position, and as near as makes no difference, potentially guarantee his way through into tomorrow's racing, where the big prizes are dished out.
What I will say is the straight line speed of the Mercedes has been such that if he's close enough, he surely gets alongside of that Porsche. A car length between the 2 of them as they get to the bottom of the dip at Ascari, and he uses the bumper, forces him closer into the corner.
That was a big hit onto the rear end of Robbie Stableford from David Sobrero. I think you're absolutely right. Pace of the Merc in a straight line. I get the feeling that this is going to be a good day. See you tomorrow, maybe.
Oh, he's being nice. He's helping out Robbie Stableford here in the grand scheme of things. Dennis Schoninger is going to grab the win in the BMW. David Sobrero does it in the final corner, lunges up the inside and regathers 2nd spot as the red BMW, the German, on top at the Temple of Speed.
Yeah, there is a bit of a drag race behind, but Robbie Stableford, in fact, dropped down to 4th position in all of that. Why did Stableford drop down to 4th? I'm pretty confused on that one.
You have as much information here as I do, unfortunately, and so I am not going to...
No, give me the reasons.
Not putting my foot in my mouth until Robbie messages me back. I've just asked him. So what was that? But we'll get We'll get an answer hopefully soon.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird
here
one.
comes Kai Angermeyer, by the way, second in the first of our races in semi-final Group 2, and first in race number 2.
Yeah, it's been a great evening so far from Angermeyer, and once again, I think with those couple of results, well, almost certainly will confirm Angermeyer's place in tomorrow's racing. So we'll see them back in the finals. We'll see them back, obviously, in the race coming up a little bit later on in the evening, but it's one of those ones that it's basically as good as done there.
I have an answer. Robbie Stapleford ran out of fuel coming to the line.
How?
I don't know. It's a fixed setup as well, so that's why I'm a little bit confused and nonplussed, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, right. You could have done with dropping in behind the TCE Sports car of Ribeiro and picked up the slipstream and the fuel savers. Probably wouldn't have been thinking about it. It's fine. Look, we've all run out of fuel from races. It's fine, right?
Yes, we have all definitely done this before. And now I'm flashbacks of when I did it. And almost cost my team a Bathurst 12 Hours win. Fortunately, we didn't, but that is racing. One more race, Lewis, and then we'll be done for the semi-finals. Back here tomorrow for the finals of the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay Event. And semi-final 2 has definitely been the more competitive of the groups overall.
Yeah, indeed. Race 1 was excellent here. Race 2's a little bit lighter. Let's see Robbie Stapleford running out of fuel then. So you can see him shaking the car. There is Sobrero going through. Here we are into the... unfortunately, it's quite a harsh braking zone. Thankfully, it wasn't at Spa, though, that he did this, because he probably wouldn't have reached the checkered flag. Does he even reach the checkered flag? That's a great question. In neutral at the moment, probably engine's already shut off. There is no way there's enough rolling resistance in that car to get to the checkered flag. And Stapleford retires from the race. How disappointing.
Well, it sounds like he was doing some lifting and coasting, but just ran out of the fuel required to get him to the end of the race. And hopefully not a similar story at the Hockenheimring, Lewis, which is going to play host to the final race in our semi-finals coverage here today.
Yeah, I mean, look, Monza's a bit of a thirsty track, so I'd suspect that we're not going to see the same problems at the Hockenheimring. It's not so much of a fuel-hungry place, but it's somewhere which should be pretty raceable. I mean, again, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not ever super convinced by it, but then watching Cody Nikolatakovsky make some of the moves that he did in the Cup race earlier on the evening around there, I think you got a good chance of some pretty solid racing around there, and I'm excited to see what's going on. I think Sobrero's pretty much locked into tomorrow's racing. I think everyone else is a bit more open.
I would agree with you on that one. I think in the Cup class as well, we haven't seen anyone as dominant as we kind of saw in that first semi-final, where Nico Nuninghoff obviously, yes, struggled in qualifying in 2 of the races, but the race pace was clearly there, and then, you know, putting forward the other couple of drivers that ended up winning races outside of not just Cody winning the races, but a couple of others following closely. Some quick contenders there. Carlos Fenelosa, I don't think we saw anything from him in the second race. So technical issues mean I think he's got a must-deliver result in the third and final race if he wants to advance. And if anyone's just joining us, they're all competing, Lewis, for a track day experience at the Hockenheimring.
But to get to that, they have to get into tomorrow, which is what they're battling for here, and then they have to win in their respective category in tomorrow's racing. Of course, we've got technically three categories, 2 of them emerged. We've got our GT3 category, which is our R1 drivers, of which 6 will go into tomorrow. So we've already picked 3 up from semi-final 1. We're looking for our 3 from semi-final 2. And then, of course, we have our content creators, of which I'm pretty sure Angermeyer is certainly confirmed to be the one going through. Sorry, James West. And then, of course, we do have our Cup category, which will fill out the rest of the field. 50% basically of the field from semi-final 1, and then from semi-final 2 will be picked apart and sent into our racing tomorrow.
Exactly, and I think Lewis alluded to it. We are expecting these same 3 tracks tomorrow. I have been told that hopefully we will be ready to go for practice in about 3 minutes time, but 3 minutes for us to fill any time. So if you've got any questions, now's the time to ask whatever things you are wondering about RENNSPORT, the cross-play experience, although I don't know how much you want to ask me and Lewis about driving, because we're definitely not going to give you any valuable tips to go faster, that's for sure.
Unless you want some tips on driving around the golf course, at which point I'm actually pretty confident with my driver, I'm not going to lie. I'll make anything golf related, trust me.
I thought you were going to start talking about golf carts, and I was like, ooh, we're going to talk racing golf carts?
No, I don't.
Max
No.
Verstappen?
I don't use golf carts because I'm not a wimp. I've got 2 legs and I'll pretty happily use them. And I'm not even like you where I use a trolley and think, I'm a cool kid. I've got legs, I've got arms, I just carry it and walk.
No, instead you just carry an excuse for when you start playing bad golf. I see how it is. Picking up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, apparently you lose 3 strokes around. So
is it
it's
3?
Like, apparently, I think that's absolute rubbish.
Yeah, you gain 3 strokes around. That's what I'm going to say.
That's not
based
true.
Based on how you talk about it. Again, it's such a unique experience. The fact that same physics engine across of Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. We don't know who is racing on what platform necessarily, but Lewis, it's such an interesting prospect moving forward, right? The fact that potentially we've had some support series as part of R1 competition in the past. This now could be open to anybody, even with just a controller sitting at home on their couch.
Well, this is the thing, it's about sim racing has, generally speaking, over the last 20 or so years been a little bit, I said before, it's very PC focused, and it's kind of a little bit closed off, a little bit almost like a gated community. I find sim racing is sometimes, and we've had platforms before do sim racing on consoles, but the fact that we've got this doing it on consoles and crossplay, that I think is the big thing, because you see across the other competitions taking part on your PlayStations, your Xboxes, and there is this air of like, oh yeah, but are they as good as the PC drivers? Are they as good as this? Are they as good as that? Well, now it's a level playing field. Everyone's on the same stuff. Everyone's doing the same stuff. Everyone's racing at the same time. I think that is such an advantage here on RENNSPORT that I think could open up a whole lot in sim racing and a whole different community to work their way in that maybe never had the opportunity to find their way into sim racing, because back in our day, you didn't have an option. There wasn't a sim on consoles, really. It was your Forzas and Gran Turismo. As much as they're great, they're not like an iRacing or a Le Mans Ultimate or anything like that. They're not in that category of sim.
And we can't all be Max Verstappen, quite frankly, who's good enough on a controller in iRacing to race with his Team Redline teammates. We're not good enough. Yeah, we're not good enough to race against his Team Redline teammates with a wheel and the fanciest setup you can give to Lewis or myself. So instead, I think this is a really, really promising prospect moving forward for sim racers across the globe. I got told 3 minutes. I feel like it's been just about 3 minutes, maybe a bit longer, but I haven't heard anything since then, Lewis. So this is one of the great things about sim racing, though. Let's be real. The fact that we can jump across of cars, tracks so quickly when it would be much more difficult to fly across the world in such a short period of time.
Yeah, like I say, I want to see the day when we do the Triple Crown in sim racing in one day. You run yourself a 24-hour Le Mans, you run yourself a Monaco Grand Prix and an Indy 500, all on the same weekend. Why not? Someone's got to be able to do that and win all 3, right? Surely.
I'm trying to think who would be my contender in the sim racing world to do that. Because you need someone who's got enough oval racing experience.
Yep.
Bobby Zelensky, a Casey Kerwin.
Well, this is the thing. So I've been watching, not to give him too much of a shout out because that's not. But James Baldwin, who of course has taken part in R1, and he was on our broadcast team in the Esports World Cup as well earlier on in the year. He's had a couple of videos recently of him doing. He's a pretty accomplished driver when it comes to circuit racing, whether it is in sim racing or even IRL. Apparently, he's raced Jeddah. He's told me that a few times. But
sorry, I thought that was
a little jab at him. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's just Nice.
He tried some oval racing, and now I've done my fair share of oval racing. And instantly, we did the Indy 5, or not the Indy 500, we was doing a race at Indianapolis in an Indy car. And the very start of the race, I instantly was like, oh, he's made about 3 mistakes. He overtook low of the cars, he did all this, because he doesn't know how to do it. And this is the thing, it's like, this is someone who's very accomplished in sim racing, now having to learn something new. That switch into oval racing is not particularly easy. So I think there's not a big list of drivers that could do it. Casey Kerwin's a great shout.
I think Casey's probably, well, Casey and Bobby are probably 2 of the obvious names. I mean, you could probably throw in a Logan Clampett as well, because you need someone who's got, if we're talking Triple Crown in sim racing, you probably need more oval experience than you do road, because you've got more oval racing. Although, I don't know, this is where it gets tough. It's tough.
It's which one's the deciding factor, right? That's what you have to work out. The Le Mans is the one where you kind of be like, you need a good team. You need a good team and a good race. That's the one you kind of think you have to think about the least. Indy 500 is a bit mental. The Monaco Grand Prix is the one that I think is the most in your hands, because it's you and the track.
Right, yes, exactly.
78 laps. So that's the one where I think you have to be comfortable with street circuits. So I think that's actually more the deciding one on paper, because you can't win that if you're not rapid at the track. The Indy 500 and Le Mans, you can kind of win both of those if you're within a couple of tenths.
Well, I'll disagree for the 500. I'll agree with Le Mans.
No, because it can just completely go your way. I think you're wrong. Anyway, we're going to move on from this conversation.
The thing with Indy...
No, I'm joking.
The thing with Indy is now we live in this world where, much like in Formula 1, the cars have become so big and bloated, in weight more than anything for Indy specifically, that if you don't qualify well, it's hard, which means that you need to... Not everyone's a Robert Schwartzman, which that was still one of the most remarkable things of this year, in my opinion, when Indy 500 rookie goes and throws it on pole position. Anyway, Lewis, what you have just done, though, is given us an idea that we are going to have to do at some point. You know this, right? We are going to do this.
Oh, yeah. Look, I've been saying it for years that we need to have a Triple Crown the same weekend. I think, I want to see it. Why not? It is only possible in sim racing. It is not possible in real life for someone to win the Triple Crown on the same weekend. This is not possible.
Well, and the best part...
for one, because Le Mans doesn't happen on the same weekend, but also because you can't fly from Monaco to Indianapolis in, was it 4 hours between the race ending and race starting?
Well, if you got a supersonic jet, even then it will be tough.
Concorde stopped a while ago.
Exactly. What we could do is, what makes this even better as well, is some contact off the hairpin. That's not ideal. Because Le Mans is a team event, you could start Le Mans at the traditional time, effectively. Yeah. What's it, 3 in the afternoon or something?
Yes.
So you could do the Monaco Grand Prix before that in the Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Indy 500 that starts basically when the checkered flag flies. We've just come up with the best idea in the history of the world, and clearly we're about to be billionaires. That's how it works, right?
Capital B. Let's go for it.
Let's do it.
The sim racing Triple Crown. We'll commentate on all of it. The entirety of the Monaco Grand Prix, all 24 hours of the Le Mans race, and the Indy 500. We'll do all of it.
Oh.
God, man, how many slog, wouldn't it?
How many energy drinks and coffees are getting consumed in that period of time? I don't even want to think about it.
I don't drink coffee or energy drinks, so neither of those are great for me.
All right, chocolate milk instead.
Yeah, get some chocolate, but get it in a fancy glass. Did you see that on social? Did I see what I posted on social media?
I did. All your fancy chocolate milk.
My boss was not a fan of me. Let's be honest. She saw the photograph, instantly turned off her phone.
Did she?
Oh, it was hilarious.
Wow.
I'm just here for the memes, mate. Either way, we're getting some contact here in practice. Just seeing some cars racing around. Again, this is nothing major. Everyone's just getting used to the circuit, getting up to speed before we move into qualifying, and of course the final race of the evening. And I say very little is fully secured here We'll return the conversation off of Chalky Milk, fake sim racing events that don't exist yet, and golf, and back on to the racing action that we've been brought in to commentate on. So that's fine. See them navigating their way around the Hockenheimring circuit, and like I say, it's fascinating to see. I'm sure I'm not supposed to bring this up on broadcast, but I am going to bring it up on broadcast. The reason you can't hear our tuner at the moment, he spilt his drink. So that's comedy gold. It's probably gone over some expensive stuff. So I'm going to be you with me for a little bit. Don't whiz was. We can see Dennis Schoediger here navigating his way around the Hockenheimring circuit. Of course, Robbie Stapleford, who will be back in action after running out of fuel, aiming to not do that. I'm sure you won't necessarily run out of fuel in this one. Don't quite know how he used so much fuel. His teammate Gabriel Solomon, who didn't use quite as much fuel in the racing a little bit earlier on in the evening in semi-final one. 20 seconds left to go before we head into the fight for pole position, and of course it's a pole position which does really matter. It's a tricky circuit to overtake at, tricky one to find your way through. Obviously the hairpin you've got an overtaking opportunity at, and generally speaking it's that and the Mercedes Arena section. That's generally your overtaking spots around here. Realistically speaking, I'm sure we've seen some other ones like we saw with Cade Nikolakowski in the Sachs curve a little bit earlier on in the evening. Got a Porsche here, try and pick out which one it is. They're all the same livery, apart from Hapler, I think, in semi-final one was in his own little livery. Don't know how, but that's not for me to decide. We're getting ready to move into qualifying here in the final race, of course, of semi-final 2 in the Holiday Crossplay Event. Here on RENNSPORT, of course, and we're excited to find out which drivers are going to be moving through into tomorrow's action. Of course, the fight for a track day here at the Hockenheimring will be in action tomorrow. The winner of each category, be it in our top category, the GT3s, which see our R1 competitors. Obviously, our content creators that also participate in the Cup category, and then the rest of the community field in the Cup category will all do battle for that. We begin qualifying. We'll see Dennis Schoediger drive round. The paper towels have been well in use on our Juna's desk because he's rejoined us here in the comedy booth. Hopefully, with a working mic.
Yeah, 10 out of 10. Do not recommend that, by the way. Anyway, wondering if we're going to see any intrigue in this final race, given that qualifying has proven to be important for the most part, Lewis. And so I'm sure you said plenty of interesting things, including throwing me under the bus for spilling my drink. But
you do the same to me.
Probably. I think if Dennis Schoediger grabs pole, it's going to be very difficult to stop him. That BMW looking very pacey.
The Mercedes was pretty quick in a straight line as well, and Moritz Lerner didn't win this race earlier on in the day. That's because he retired from it with a technical issue down at the hairpin. We're going to talk about that. We're on board with Dennis Schoediger. Don't worry, he can see more of the track than we can, completely blocked by that mirror as he flicks it through the right-hander at Mobile 1, setting purple first and second sectors. Remember, the rest of the field is out on circuit at the same time, so these sector times are representative and are fast. So a little bit of a slide, though, going through the Sachs curve.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced that Moritz didn't just go and do burnouts on the exit of the hairpin because he realized he had already made it through to tomorrow's finals. But very good lap from Dennis Schoediger. I don't think anyone's going to get within touching distance of this one. And indeed, it's about a 10th and a half, which at this level is a lot.
Obviously, there was a slow-down penalty for Robbie Stapleford on his lap, 39.932. That is not great, as Kaya Ankermeyer onto pole position at the moment, provisionally in the Cup category. Half a second clear of Enrico Braniger, who he was battling with in the previous race. Anyone else able to get anywhere near? Martino goes up into third position, but that's 8/10 off of the pole. What's Soprich going to do? Goes up into second position, about half a second off. No one was able to get close to Angermeyer there.
No, I mean, he is looking fast at the end of the day, Lewis. Could have been 2 race wins if not for Fenellosa's great drive through the field in that first race, and a chance now to put a stamp on his great speed in the second group of semi-final contestants.
Does Fendelosa, I didn't see him in the qualifying list there. Does he just want to start from the back of the grid in all of the races? He's just trying to work out if he can make some moves?
I wonder if he's had a technical issue and he's done for the day.
You reckon? Is he not in the... like I said, I didn't see him out on circuit. I don't know if he's been able to... He has done it before, but he started from basically the rear of the field. We'll see when we see the starting grid, the qualifying order. But I hope that Fendelosa's in the race because we do want to see him out in action.
It would be a shame. Would be a shame to see someone of his capabilities not represented in the field.
Absolutely. Well, we can see here in practice we move into. And keep your eye on the cup category there on the left-hand side to see if Fendelosa appears. But I think you might be right.
Yeah, I think I don't remember seeing him in that second race either. So I think he ended up missing that race too. So I don't think he's got any chance of moving forward, even with the great result in the first race. Oh, he's there. There he is.
He is there in 12th. Doesn't actually mean much though. He's there at a practice session. Here's the starting grid though.
So Dennis Schoeniger once again on pole with David Sobrero, Ellis Jr., Stableford, and then no time for Jack Keithley. I say again, once more, the BMWs looking good and Miles on top.
In the cup category though, it's Mantis Martino who is going to be in first, even though on there he's not set a time, but how curious. Kaya Angermeyer second, Soprich, Braniger. We've got Pak, Sora, Ventura, Paghe, of course, with Zaya, Rendler, Lukasevich, and James West. North Korea's best, starting from 12th position. Antonio Maffa in 13th position. I do believe Carlos Fendelosa is missing from that list. Maybe he'll still be able to get out onto the circuit for the race because he seems to be present in in practice here. But maybe not feeling too convinced that he'll be back out on the circuit.
And if you're wondering why we've only got a small field of GT3 drivers, well, we were only meant to have 6. One of them, unfortunately, not able to hit the track for this final race, but they are the R1 drivers, the esports level drivers, while our cup class is split between 2 content creators and then the rest of the field qualified for this event from the community. And so effectively 3 batches of drivers that are all competing for one prize, which is one of our content creators, 1 community member, and 1 R1 driver will win a track day experience here at the Hockenheimring.
Absolutely, and again, it's a cool circuit to head round. It's a pretty exciting one. I know you'd like the Nordschleife. A circuit I've already been round. Don't worry, I've already ticked it off. You'll get that one day. Don't worry. Just wanted to throw that out there for you. I know you're. I think you quite like the Nordschleife, right?
I do quite like the Nordschleife.
Yeah, you'll go around there one day.
Have you had a hot lap around the Nordschleife?
Well, I've been thrown around by an angry German. I don't know if that counts as a hot lap. It was in a 1.6 litre Mazda 3.
I mean, sounds fun. Don't get me wrong.
It was racked, so.
Sounds very fun. Don't get me wrong. What we really would need to do is get into a Ford Transit van, go back in time. Sabine Schmidt drives it. That would be fun.
Terrifying. Terrifying indeed. She was absolutely rapid. It was a hilarious video, though.
What a legend. What a legend.
Either way, we're about to move into the race. Hopefully we'll see the cars out onto the grid in just a second. And our final race of the evening will be underway. Our final times to pick up who's going to be moving through. I mean, look, it's been a fun one. We're starting to see our favourites maybe come to the fore. It's Dennis Schoeniger on pole position. It's Jack Keithley and David Sobrero for TC Esports, second and third. Kevin Ellis Jr., Robbie Stableford round out the rest of the GT3 field with Kaya Angermeyer leading the cuts on the race down in the first corner. Once again, a poor start from the Aston Martin of Kevin Ellis Jr., who drops back behind Robbie Stableford. With a good start for Dennis Schoeniger through the opening corner. He's able to keep the TC Esports drivers at bay. You said he was able to lead in the first lap, and maybe he's going to be in a pretty strong position to race. That BMW is not exactly a slouch in a straight line. I think this run down to the hairpin is going to be very important.
And just watch how the Porsche is going to struggle. Aston Martin's not much better off, to be fair. A terrible exit for one of the Cup cars who gets absolutely ran over as they sweep through the Parabolica. And, well, another one going nowhere. It's a bit of a argy-bargy scene as the Mercedes go either side of Dennis Schoeniger. Not going to work out for David Sobrero. Jack Keithley's alongside. Meanwhile, Stapleford and Ellis Jr. trying to plot their way past as well, as into the middle sector they funnel.
Jack Keithley didn't know what he was doing down going to the hairpin. He was all over the place on the inside, trying to look left and right, and then back to the left, and then back to the right. Completely misjudged it. He'd almost thought he was Yuki Tsunoda at the weekend, but alas, did not make any major mistake and fire his way down the inside, so we're all good on that one. And our 5-car field remains pretty close, although Robbie Stapleford and Kevin Ellis Jr. were going side by side, with Stapleford dropping back to the 5th and final car in the GT3 category.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Angermeyer, by the way, but not in the top 10 or so right now. And so Soprich leads, Pack in second, Branniger in third after his little moment earlier on. And this is what happened. So not getting a good exit off the hairpin, and then that was the stationary car that got driven into from the rear. Very fortunate, because that could have been even worse. I mean, look at the scenes around it.
Yeah, I didn't know what else was happening down there, but apparently we can't drive basically on a straight. That's okay. That is okay. Look, I'm sure Angermeyer will be back into this race and fighting forward. Oscar Soprich is the one who's in control at the moment in that cup category. 1.6 seconds clear of Paik in second position. Angermeyer is running in 11th spot with a fair amount of work left to go in this race. This is on board with Gamer Muscle. So he'll head his way through the third corner, and you'll see basically everyone getting stationary courtesy of Angermeyer's issue, and then seeing all this unfold up ahead. I thought he was not going to lift.
Well, I thought he was also not going to jink to the right, but did the right thing. And a good view of all of that, picking his way through the drama, and then a big send up the inside. Makes the move stick as well. Great sequence there.
Absolutely superb stuff. As it is also up here in the GT3 category, Kevin Ellis Jr. is right onto the rear end of the Mercedes of Jack Keithley, knocking at the door, try and find his way past Keithley and onto the podium, and at least have some decent results to speak of this evening, because I think at the moment, Kevin Ellis Jr., I don't know exactly what the state is of the cut-off line of the top three. Where we had such a clear picture in semi-final one, it's not so clear as to who the top three is here in semi-final two. I think David Sobrero is one of them. If Dennis Schoeninger is able to take this victory, he would then be the second. I think the third would be Kevin Ellis Jr., but I'm not 100% convinced. I think it is.
I think you're right, but I wouldn't trust our math on this one, that is for sure. I definitely don't think Jack Keithley's done enough in these two races. Remember that the last one involved in incidents, had to fight with lots of the cup cars in his fight back through the field. So I'm trying to remember what happened in the first and second race and the order in which they finished. Let me get back to you, Lewis. I'll go do some digging.
Off you go. Wouldn't question me on it. My brain is mashed potato at the moment. What isn't mashed potato? It was a switch here between the TCE Sports drivers as Jack Keithley gets down the inside, shoots himself off the circuit as he was trying to get past Sobrero, and there's definitely no papaya rules between these two. They are going hammer and tongs, allowing Dennis Schoeninger to check out in the distance. Jack Keithley completes the move with an off-track excursion. Not sure how fair that was. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, with a bit of a mistake going outside, slams into the rear end of Jack Keithley as they go into the Mercedes arena section. Announced it was in the inside of David Sobrero as they remain side by side in the run into Mobile 1. Fantastic racing, a little bit elbows out and a bit too much contact, but hilarious nonetheless. They're still side by side, our two.
And I will confirm that I think Ellis Jr. has done enough. He finally clears Sobrero as they carve out through Sachs curve. And quick chat on the radio there, I'd assume to Dara McCormack as they just go over the situation. Third lap about to be complete. Trying to go with a nice little gap at the front of the field with all of this fighting behind him, and look at the lateral load that Sobrero puts on the car as he tries to put all the power down through the rear wheels. And these five still within a couple of seconds on the fourth lap now of 10.
So, to be fair, I will say, Robbie Stapleford's got such a smile on his face, it almost irritates me. What's so fun about running fifth of 5 cars, mate? Get on with that. I'm joking. He's having a good time behind the wheel this evening. He's having a cracking laugh, apparently. Please, there you go, there's the wave.
It's good to see, right? Sometimes these drivers get so worked up and so angry, but it's nice to see Robbie able to have a smile. I mean, at the same time, look at that. He's foot to the floor and they're just pulling away from him in a straight line as Sobrero tries to sniff up the inside of Ellis Jr. This has now put him on the wrong side of the right-hander, but the crucial bit is it puts him back on the inside up to turn number 8.
Yeah, a bit of leaning again between the pair of them. Cabrera and Ellis Jr. has got the inside line into the Mercedes arena section. He's going to drive it a little bit too deep. Could open the door here for Robbie Stableford to at least pick one off. Up to 4th position, he might just about be able to go, and indeed does. So does find his way through in the ERA car. I mean, that was well read from Stableford, just picked his way through, but a little bit of leaning and a rub on the exit between Ellis Jr. and Cabrera, who now finds himself in 5th position, which will be a pretty disappointing way to end the evening for him after it's been such a good drive.
Yeah, but you know, at least he's locked into tomorrow, so we don't complain too much. Robbie Stableford let out a little come on as he passed the TC Esports Mercedes, and now already the gap has grown up in front, and once more it's the straight line where the Porsche seems to struggle. It's plenty quick through the corners, even there through turn 1 you can see at the apex it might even be quicker than the Aston Martin. Much more committed on the brakes, he's got so much confidence, but it's from here he can put his head down and duck and dive like they do in karting, but it won't make a sliver of a difference as the cars in front start to pull away once again. Yeah,
a little bit frustrating. Maybe that's what he's finding so funny, that he just does not have the car to, at least on pure paper it seems, to do battle. Although he is keeping up, that's a little bit deep. There's an apex in there somewhere, Robbie, as he'll get a decent drive for the corner. Can't really complain too much. It's all right. But he's keeping tight to the rear end. Just got to say, superb drive from Shodago. He's been able to check out the distance. Not so great though from Oscar Soprich, who is being closed in here quite a bit, and it does seem as though Alex Pake's basically knocking at the door, and Enrico Broniger's not too far behind either.
No, and we're not even halfway through, Lewis. This is definitely a race in which, as these tyres do start to build up that temperature that we've talked about, you make more and more mistakes. I mean, just look at the screen in front of him. It's shaking under the load of the force feedback right now. It looks calm, it looks smooth, but he is working hard.
Indeed, that is a lot of shake. That actually reminds me, it was around Hockenheimring actually. Here's a good memory for you, a memory nugget. This was 13 years ago, nearly 14 years ago, and a driver called Jim Paresis. And he was racing on his Logitech G27. He had 3 screens. He was racing here in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. Might have been 2014 actually, now I think about it, because we're doing half factor 2. And he got onto the brakes going down to the hairpin, and obviously like his desk shook around a little bit. Now his monitors were held up by books, which 101 of sim racing, don't do that. Just don't do it. Have them nicely balanced. He had a webcam behind him, all his monitors fell over. One of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
It sounds expensive
all his
as well, unfortunately.
Nah, they were fine.
Oh, really?
Nah, they were fine. Yeah. I mean, look, if your monitor falls over, monitors are pretty hefty. They're all right. They can take quite a lot.
Depends on how it falls, but yeah, that does not. I mean, anyone again who's not mounting their monitors on something sturdy is kind of asking for trouble at the end of the day, right? These two are starting to pull away from third and back as the lights flash, which is the universal sign of no, continue your speed. You're not holding me up at all. And looking one way than the other, Soprich continues to just be looking over the shoulders.
Absolutely. There's, like I say, some great fighting. There's a bit of lawn mowing happening as well, turning the circuit back into the World Rallycross Championship circuit. It's known well as the flash of lights once again comes in, because I think Pake's kind of well aware that this is not going to be a 2-horse race to the checkered flag, because the more the defence comes in from Soprich, the more that Broniger's closing in, that is closing in, that Montino as well is not too far behind. Lukashevich might even be able to join this fight, and we've only got 4 laps left to go as we begin the ante phenomenon. I actually have no idea what it is, but I'm going to go do some research now.
Disappointed. Yeah, you're right though. The gap's closed back up, so any chance of breaking away slowly being quashed. Robbie Stableford at the tail end of the GT3 field is trying to close with David Cabrera back to Ellis Jr. and Jack Keithley, but eyes full focused on defense from your leader, who feels the need to cover the middle of the track, and this is where that gap behind is going to start shrinking even more. Very, very uncomfortable under the brakes with maximum steering lock as well. And as they bang door handles off the corner, third continues to close, exactly what Breuninger wants to see.
Yeah, indeed, they're doing a great job of fighting. They're doing a great job of closing up this this field once again. Sopwith with the inside line going through the Mercedes rear section. A big slide for him. It's going to cost him the race lead and maybe even second position as well. But Alex Paik has got up into the race lead as Dennis Schoeniger's coming through the final corner to complete. I have the word, and it is really kind of what you'd expect, actually. The end of the pre-ante-penultimate lap. How boring is that?
Very boring, unfortunately, but this is really where you've got to wonder how aggressive Sopwith is going to be now. He's made that mistake, the mental pressure broke. It was him putting too much power down through the rear tires that cost the issue, and look at the pogo as he launches over the inside curb at the penultimate corner, Lewis. He is feeling the pressure, feeling the strain, and 3 at the front with 3 to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, great scenes to see these fight more and more, and like I say, it is exciting, it is on the limit, but it isn't really clear as to where it's going to end up. Sopwith seems to have the pace, and it goes full send, going down to turn 2. That's maybe a little bit too aggressive, but Super gets it done and allows Breuninger to come through as well.
Yes, and it's just checking up the leaders even more, and those behind closing once again. Inside line, gonna have to be a big send on the brakes, but Sopwith gets the door slightly covered off by Breuninger. Look at the sweep around the outside. Doesn't quite work for Paik, and now as they set sail back up to the Mercedes-Benz arena, it is a new race leader with some gap behind him.
So impressive to see some of these fights, and Sopwith is clearly not giving up on anything. That's too deep, that's too deep, that's going to be a crash. That is going to be a crash every day of the week. A bit of smile on his face, but that was obvious from a mile away.
Yeah, I mean, lap after lap, the tension rises, Lewis, and sometimes you just crumble under that pressure, and now Breuninger's got that same pressure from the German behind, who's got just 2 laps left to try and find a way through. I have no idea which one of these Porsche Cup community drivers is going to be advancing, but you can tell just how much they want it.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know who's the drivers going through in the Cup category. We kind of know who's going through in the GT3s. We do know who's going through as our content creator in this race from this category. But the rest of the field, look, they're fighting over glory. They're fighting for a fantastic victory here. They've got a couple of laps left to go in this race, and they are putting on quite a show. We've got 4, 5 for the race lead. Sopwith is still involved in it. Lukashevich is back into the fight as well. I mean, look, it's absolute scenes at the Hockenheimring.
And it's our Porsche Cup cars once again putting on a show. They are known for doing this, both in the real and virtual worlds, but there's plenty of fun from drivers who surely have had limited practice time as well. Now, that was a bit of a pinch on the entry into the corner, as Breuninger able now to get the drive off and up towards turn 7 cleanly. I mean, this is a true slobber knocker of a fight, and the question really has to be, where do you want to make the final move? Because we know you can get it done in through that tight stadium section.
Yeah, as they head out of it, and again, Dennis Schoeniger's already started the final lap of the race. He's dominating once again and is booking his place in tomorrow's action. It does seem as though Mouse got a couple of cars in tomorrow's racing, and they're looking pretty strong in the form of Dennis Schoeniger and, of course, Moritz Lerner. But for everyone else, it's a little bit chaotic, and for Alex Paik, that was not a particularly good line on the exit of the Sachs curve. As they come out of the stadium section, they come out through the final corner to begin the final lap of the race. It could be Enrico Breuninger might be far enough clear now.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Paik just pushed too hard in these closing stages, in my opinion, a bit beyond his limit, and that's where some of those mistakes started to build up and accrue. And I mean, Enrico Breuninger, I think he's probably going to move forward from the second semi-final group, and shown some great resilience in these last couple of races to, even when not everything's been going his way with that slip up at Monza, Lewis, bounce back and race win potentially here if he can hold on at the front.
Yeah, not long left to go in the race at all, and I think for Brodinger it is done. He is clear enough. For Dennis Schoeniger though, the mouse driver will come through the final complex of corners and over the line to win again. Superb year it's been in 2025 for Dennis Schoeniger, and it continues here with a victory and a pathway through into tomorrow's finale.
One step closer to a potential track day experience here at the Hockenheimring. Although I have a feeling what was about to happen if you continued rolling that clip is something no one would want to experience here on their track days. Enrico Brodinger already flashing the lights slightly, but he's still got a couple of corners left to hold on. Can't afford to let his guard drop just yet.
Right, yeah, indeed. It's, I mean, like I say, he's still got a fair amount of pressure and cannot make a mistake in what I think is two of the most awkward corners in European motorsport. Absolutely cannot stand the final two turns around here, but Brodinger's done a brilliant drive through the final corner. This will definitely be in contention for tomorrow as Enrico Brodinger comes through the final corner. Superb drive, another victory. Tick. That is a superb effort and a great battle as well in our Cup category. I'm excited for the final race tomorrow.
We will be in for a treat, it seems. Some great competition, some great cars, some great tracks, and all here in the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay Event. The racing action done in our semi-finals here on what is effectively a thrilling Thursday, and we'll be back tomorrow on Fast Friday to settle it all, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, 3 days of RENNSPORT competition, of course, with these 2 days in the Holiday Crossplay Event, and of course, we'll be racing in VCO, probably around Road Atlanta, on Saturday. Curious to see how that's going to unfold, but obviously, right here, right now, we've got to speak of some solid drivers and some solid drives throughout the evening. We've had a fair share of great drives, and I think we've got ourselves some favourites that have risen to the fore. I think Moritz Lerner and Cody Nikolakowski in those opening semi-finals, I think they're really the ones to keep an eye on.
I agree, but what I do also think is semi-final one maybe less competitive of a field up and down than what we saw from group number 2, and so we'll get the confirmation of who those drivers are tomorrow when we get underway. Remember, coverage to start at 6 p.m. CET here on the RENNSPORT YouTube and Twitch channels. I was hoping for a bit of a chat. It doesn't seem as though we're going to get any of the semi-final Group 2 drivers. So, for our producer Hugo Lewis McLeod next to myself, our junior Kangi Party, day 1 in the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay Event is in the books. We'll see you tomorrow to crown our winner to send some sim racers for a track day at the Hockenheimring.